Hey everybody, thanks for joining us today. This kind of session, these condition sessions that we do is more about helping you guys treat, clinical situations or just things that are going on for you or clients or friends or whatever that might be. And so I have series of topics that we're going to cover, but also today more questions and answers than normal in some of the other classes. So right off the bat, let's go ahead and open this up to questions. Anything that you guys want to talk about? Let's go ahead and start. I mean, I can start with the stuff that I have, but this is more about for you guys. So fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Sahaja.
Hey.
Hi there. Thank you for asking for questions right away. This is about a friend I have who is bipolar,
Okay.
and she's been bipolar since she's 16, and she's having a really hard time. I don't expect that essential oils are going to fix everything for her. She's in her probably early 40s now. She's on 5 medications. She's been on medications on and off all her life. And she just said that in the past couple of days, days or weeks, she's been so depressed. And she went from being depressed to totally manic, and she's just hit limit, and she's reaching out and asking for help. And I thought at least you might be able to give something that would sort of calm things down a little or make her feel a little more balanced.
And there are ways to go through and like calm that down. It doesn't happen like immediate. It will have to be like kind of a long-term process, but usually within even a few days they'll start to notice a difference. And if we look at it from an energetic point of view, bipolar issues are that center that's on the low back, called the Ming Men. It fluctuates. Like it will get really big and then get really small, and get really big and get really small, right? And so that is the play of the manic and then like kind of depressed states or depleted states. And this would also play a role in your ability to like regulate your emotions. When it's real big, the emotions can be much more intense, and when it gets real small, the tendency is for the emotions to be like kind of depleted or kind of going in a depressed state. Because if you look at that center takes energy and then shoots it up to the upper part of the body and like distributes it amongst the head, amongst the body, but also in some of the emotional components. And if you think about the transmutation pattern that we do, one of them, it's Ming Men, back, heart, and crown. And so part of what that center does is it shoots energy up into the emotional heart and then up to the crown, which would play a role in mental faculties. And whenever you look at depression, usually the issue with depression is there's a lot of different kinds of depression. And a big one that people like tend to overlook is that the body's just physically depleted. Like, they don't have the energy to feel. Like, it's a kind of fatigue, you could say. And most of that is usually in the spleen. But in some of the bipolar, manic depressive kind of states, it is actually more the Ming Men. And so the goal is to first, like you have strategies that you want to approach. So first is you kind of target regulating that center, stop the fluctuations, and we all kind of have a little bit of fluctuations, but in a bipolar issue, the fluctuations are much more substantial, right? Much more substantial. And so oils that are dark blue in nature, like German chamomile, yarrow, those are helpful. But the one that I like to use here is dark blue tansy. Any of them will have an impact, but the dark blue tansy works. I like yarrow too, but here's the difficulty with yarrow is when you take yarrow over a period of time, and I'm talking internally, like if you take it for more than like say 3 or 4 weeks at a time, it starts to deplete your body's ability to absorb iron. And so you use it to treat something like in the digestive tract or a wound or something like that. But then after about 3 or 4 weeks, you got to take at least 1 week off. Like, so you could go 3 weeks and then maybe a week off, and then 3 weeks and a week off. And what do you do in that 1 week? Over a period of time, the emotions do start to regulate. But at the same time, I kind of don't like that they have to go a week without it. And so I would have her take probably 3 or 4 drops of the dark blue tansy at least once a day, but probably like twice a day. Yeah. And there's another thing that I usually have them use, and it's myrrh. And I don't even know if I'm going to explain this right. I'm going to try, but I might not do it well. But think of like they're in the manic state, and then they're in the state where it's depressed, and then they're manic and they're depressed, and then they're manic, and then they're in that depleted state. There's this play amongst the nervous system, and it's not necessarily about pain, but it's in the ballpark, you could say. And there starts to be a little bit of a rebound effect. And my experience, I've never seen any of this written down anywhere when I've gone through and read studies and things on bipolar conditions. But my experience is it is hitting the pain receptors. And it's that excited state to the depleted state and like back and forth. And one of the things that I like about myrrh, it's not going to correct the issue, but I find that when they use it, the tendency of the swings also doesn't go as much. So you're coming at the swings 2 different ways. One, you're regulating the emotions, and 2, you're hitting these receptor sites that allows, or when they're agitated, I should say, it bounces back and forth to a much higher degree. And, it's not the same, but you can get the idea of like when people are on some sort of opioid, like they're on Vicodin, they're on something, and then they go off of it, the pain increases because of a rebound effect. And it's not because of a medication, but there is a bit of a rebound effect that hits these receptors and some of these conditions. And I've found over a period of time that if I use like a dark blue oil, again, going back to the dark blue tansy, I used to use actually the light blue tansy. Either one would probably work, but let's go dark blue. Yeah. And then the myrrh calms down that rebound effect. It hits the same receptors that like when a person's using a painkiller, like Vicodin or something, and it's not about the medications, it's about the receptor sites. And if you could calm down those receptor sites, it would would diminish it over a period of time. It's not going to do it like overnight, but if you think about like this is how I got there. This is why I'm having a hard time explaining it is, back in the day, I was specializing in addiction for a while. And when we were targeting people who were coming off really strong, like say like heroin, all the way down to like just people who were taking lots of Vicodin or something. The ones that really stood out to me were the ones who were taking Vicodin, because they would make these comments of, like, I feel tired until I take my medication. Like, I take my medication and then all of a sudden I feel like I have the energy for the day. And, right off the bat, that tells me there's a depletion there. There's a depletion that doesn't allow them to function well, doesn't allow them to have emotions, but then they have the medication, and then all of a sudden they have the energy to do the day, and they're a little bit more enthusiastic, and they're able to get through the day. Then when the medication wears off, that they would go into this depleted state again. And just one day I was talking with one of the patients or clients, whatever we want to call it. And I just had like an aha moment. I was like, God, in a way, that sounds like bipolar. Like, that's really like an odd thing, because it wasn't one person was saying it. Almost every one of them was saying it. And so I just thought, I wonder if I used the protocols that I use for pain management and helping people get off Vicodin and things like that, if I used it for bipolar. And so I tried a series of different things, and some of them not even oils, some of them were herbs and things. But what I noticed was myrrh hits those receptor sites really well. There's a couple herbs that do it as well, but myrrh seems to do it the best. And when I put people with bipolar on and did it in conjunction with the dark blue oil, whatever I was using, I think for a while I was using yarrow, but then I switched over to the tansy. The combination of the two seemed to have an impact. Like you said, it didn't cure it, but it made it much more manageable. And one of the issues with bipolar is a lot of times they don't want to be on medications. And I was noticing that, that was not my realm, the medication. I wasn't telling them to take it or not take it. I just was treating them from what I could do. And the ones that would go off medications, I noticed that they stayed stable for a very long time. And, they still would have swings, but the swings were nowhere near as extreme. And, sometimes we had to play with dosage a little bit. And there was a few of them where I put them on pretty heavy duty dosages of myrrh. Like, I kept escalating the myrrh versus the dark blue tansy. And the calming down of those receptor sites really seemed to diminish those swings. And again, it wasn't a cure, but it was something that made it a lot more manageable. Some of the patients with bipolar issues I also found had sometimes, not every time, but like they were hypersensitive. And so sometimes we do things to address hypersensitivities, but the thing that was always and every time I would treat was a dark blue oil and myrrh. And it made it more manageable.
Okay, well, did you say anything about dosage for myrrh? I wrote down for
I would say start the person off at like 3 to 4 drops, like probably twice a day internal. I mean, there's times where I was having people take like 10 or 12 drops twice a day, which is a big dosage. But I mean, myrrh is very well tolerated. It's not agitating. It doesn't cause anything. But I use it a lot in pain syndromes, especially pain syndromes that are non-responsive to other treatments, or like, you'll have somebody where they have a pain syndrome and you get it normalized and then all of a sudden it escalates. It's these receptor sites, and they don't have the emotional component. They don't have the component of the emotional swings, or they're not complaining about it, I should say. But most times when you listen to them, they don't sound like they have the emotional swings like a bipolar person does. But it's about those receptor sites. And so you'll see like the pain will get better, and then it'll have almost like an escalated effect. Like all of a sudden something makes the pain intensify. And there's all kinds of reasons why pain will intensify.
Mhm.
And the pain can cause emotional agitation. I mean, it's just the nature of pain. I mean, it causes the adrenals to overactivate, and it causes all kinds of things. And so, later stage, we would target the adrenals and like fortify the adrenals. And, I started coining this term like, I don't know, like 20 years ago or whatever, where a lot of times when we would have discussions, amongst healthcare providers, we would either say the adrenals are depleted or they're overactivated. And, over a period of time, I said, there's a third category, and it's hyperreactive. Like they could be fine, and then all of a sudden they just, for whatever reason, like some sort of trigger or conditioning. A lot of times I thought it was more conditioning than a trigger. For example, like you have a stressed out job and you're fine everywhere else, but when you walk in the office, you start getting stressed out without even having the pile of papers in front of you. You just know it's going to be a bad day, right? So you walk in and you are like hyper reactive because you almost like see it coming. There's like an anticipation of something coming, and so then the adrenals hyper react. And that's one of the things that later I would treat. But going back to the myrrh, a lot of times when you treat with myrrh, it will actually even prevent the hyperreactivity of the adrenals. Doesn't do it every time, but it does it more times than it doesn't. And so, like pain syndromes where there starts to be a rebound effect, you look at them, there's no really emotional component that's exaggerating it or anything. Their body is just having this rebound effect. If you go down the rabbit hole, most likely it's an adrenal issue. Like it's the adrenals have become hyper reactive. And how the adrenals are getting hyperreactive is the sensory information that's coming in is like overstimulating it, causing it to say like, hey, we have an issue here, we need to run or fight, right?
Mhm.
And so if you can calm down that sensory information, it can help. And so I mean, you could do it all at once if you want, but the way that I usually would do that is I would either use sage or vetiver.
Any
And
kind of sage specifically?
like regular sage, Spanish sage, Dalmatian, or triloba. Like the other ones would probably work, but they're a little bit fancy. Clary sage won't do it. Clary sage has more of an impact on the central nervous system. Here, we're wanting to really target the sensory nerves. And so there was two levels that I did with this. One level is I would make like the body tonic and have them put sage all over their body. You could do the same with vetiver, but what I would usually do is body tonic of sage in really extreme cases. And remember that thing we were doing with the vetiver at the base of the skull?
Yeah.
I would make these like I think I even have the term in my notes, like I call them like theraliniments, like just really super strong amounts of essential oil and alcohol with like a dropper. And then I would have them drop it in. Here I have you guys using a rollerball just because it's easy, but like when patients would come in, I would, shake the bottle up and just really coat that area. It's hard to do on yourself. I mean, you can do it, but it's, you really have to get in there and like rub it in, and the rollerball is so much easier. But doing that combination really changes how the adrenals are reacting. And because you're it's like setting up a shot in pool. Like, you're not going directly to the adrenals because there's only so much you can do directly. You almost look at what are the contributing factors for the adrenals to be overreactive. Sensory nerves, and when you hit up here, it calms down the sensory nerves a little bit, but it also calms down just that whole autonomic function, the fight, flight, and all that. It just kind of changes that a little bit. And it takes some of the tension out of the neck. It affects the breathing. It affects so much. And so by going through and doing that, that culmination is like kind of the strong version I would do of that. But usually at first, I just start them with the dark blue tansy and the myrrh, because the other factor is you want it to be something. Here, it's going to be long-term treatment, and you want it to be something that is very doable every day, not some big ordeal that they got to do every day. Because if it's a big process, they're going to be a lot more likely to go, yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Exactly.
Like if it's going to be a 45-minute ordeal and but if it could be a 3-minute ordeal, that's very doable. That's so doable that sometimes what happens is they just forget because it's so easy. And so, I usually just have them always like put it on a spot, like by their nightstand, or like the things that I take, I put on the coffee table. So every morning I get up and I look at it and go, oh yeah, I'm supposed to take that. Because like if I set it off to the side, I'll just forget.
Right.
I got so many things on my mind, like that's not one of them. And so I try to make it as doable for them as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially when somebody's depressed and they can't, or they can't focus. But
really easy to set it aside. Really super easy to set it aside.
yeah, the other question I have, and I saw Cynthia also put it in the chat, does this affect any medications? Would
No.
she have to check it out with her,
She can. She
Uh-huh.
can, but this will not affect any of the medications.
Okay.
In fact, when I was using myrrh, and if there was a pain syndrome, it actually made the pain medications work better. We were able to actually reduce dosages for a lot of people, which with opioids, the tendency is you almost have to keep escalating the dosage because at some point the body gets used to it, and then there's the rebound effect. And so you need to increase. And so you try to come up with ways of augmenting without it being the opioid. And so being able to use something like myrrh to reduce it increases the potency of the medication, and you can actually lessen the dosage. Not every time, but a lot of times. A couple other things that can make certain kinds of medications work better, mostly pain meds, including ibuprofen, acetaminophen, things like that. And then antibiotics is a few drops internally of either Palo Santo or taking garlic. If you take garlic, they've even done studies on garlic where it increased the efficacy of antibiotics and pain relievers. And you could look at it a lot of different ways, but if you look at it from the point of view of energy, is a lot of times when you're using a substance, they don't factor in like a cleansing effect. They just try to stimulate something or energize something or, fortify something. They don't ever really look at it from the point of view of cleansing something. And both Palo Santo and garlic are incredibly cleansing. And so whenever you introduce something cleansing into something that's already like effective, so antibiotics or the pain relievers, it just augments what they're already doing and makes them more effective. It makes it easier for that substance to do what it's going to do. And so Sometimes with medications, when we're wanting to increase efficacy, I usually have them either take, deodorized garlic from the health food store. I mean, there is an essential oil of garlic, but it is strong. Get deodorized garlic. I mean, I don't even put it on the site. Like, it's just, you'll smell like Italian food for, days if you just take one dosage. And so, deodorized garlic from the health food store or a few drops of Palo Santo internally will usually improve the efficiency of medications.
Mhm.
And the myrrh and the blue oil shouldn't do anything. The only one that would impact a medication would be yarrow, and it would only affect medications potentially that have to do with like blood thinning, but yarrow is a thing where it just doesn't make the blood clot. It actually regulates the clotting factor. And so my experience is that even yarrow with blood thinning medications hasn't really caused a problem, but because they're on blood thinners for a reason, I don't like to cross that boundary. And so I usually use like blue tansy and things like that, where it doesn't have quite the effect on the clotting. So
Great. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much for all that
you're
information.
so welcome.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. If you need more help or advice on that, let me know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And we just want to confirm and check with you, and specifically the psychiatric meds will not react.
Right.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Troy.
Hey, Zakia.
Let's get you unmuted too. There you go. Go ahead.
Hey.
You're unmuted, but we still can't hear you.
Oh boy.
There you go. We got you.
You got me?
Yeah. How's life in the Bronx these days?
It is good. How are you
You're
doing?
doing good.
I don't know what happened to my screen, but anyway. It's so good to hear you guys. I'm working so hard, I don't get home till like 7:45, so I always miss the Tuesday class.
Oh.
So I got a couple questions. So I had a student, we were talking about essential oils for the skin, and she said when she was a baby, she had extreme eczema where there was, pus and open wounds and sores. And we were talking about essential oil applications, and we were talking about the essential oil baths. And she said, will the salt harm or be not good if you have open wounds and sores if you take an essential oil bath?
It hasn't been my experience. The one thing that I would say is salt would be can be a little bit drying. And so you could have her just take a bath with like a small amount. One of the things that I use sometimes instead of using regular table salt is I'll use pool salt, or like it's not pool salt, it's the water softening salt. It's a different formulation, still very cleansing, but it's not quite as drying as the regular salt. And you can just have her use a small amount, or if it's just too much, she can just try doing it without the salt. In this particular case, with the history of eczema, where it's there's the dry type, and then there's the type where there's weeping, and it sounds like she had both. You could have her just take some salt baths baths without the salt, and add the essential oil in, and then eventually she could work her way into like using some salt, or maybe not. Like nothing's carved in stone. The salt does add a cleansing effect, but if her skin is so sensitive, like let's just shoot for the oils. And I don't know what you have her using, but one of the things that's really good, you have a couple of choices. Um, uh, Spikenard is really good for like balancing out the skin and things like that. But in this particular case, I'd probably go Palmarosa. And Palmarosa is good for regulating like the oily substances in the skin. So good for a lot of different kinds of skin issues. It helps cellular regeneration in the skin. But it's also good for both kinds of eczema. Kunzia is also another one that's very good for eczema. And so I would have her put, because her skin is sensitive, maybe start off with like maybe 10, 12 drops, but she could bump it up to like 15 to 20 drops if she feels her body can handle it, the skin. And
So what would you put it in if you're not using salt so that it doesn't just sit on the surface of the water?
You could put it in like a little bit of witch hazel, shake it up and put it in, or when you put it in the water, she could add it into a little bit of soap, like liquid soap,
Oh, okay.
and move it around. And it doesn't even have to be very much, and then swish it around. Another way to do it is alcohol, just a tiny amount of alcohol and shake it up. And the alcohol just helps to blend it in, but then really stir it up really well in the bath. And she can
Okay.
get in, and yeah, that should work.
So another question. So I had spoke to you before. I had a neighbor who used to always pace up and down the hall, and I had him do sustained inhalations with tarragon. I have not seen him in the hall since. So that, and then another patient who had sexual trauma as a child,
Mhm.
and the one whose vagina was closing. So my general question is there a way to generally heal traumas, or is this the protocol specific to the trauma, or is there something?
Yeah, like something like that. Like there's the psychological component, and then there's like what you would call like muscle memory. And what happens with like sexual traumas with something like that is the muscles on the floor of the pelvis actually develop trigger points. And there's always the potential in most muscles in the body to develop a trigger point, but because of the trauma, those trigger points got activated. And so there's that component. They're probably exaggerated by any sort of like strong emotional stimuli. And here's the thing is, like with sexual traumas, it's not necessarily negative emotional stimulation. It's just strong emotions. So she could be very, very happy, being intimate with a partner, and it will start to close up. And so that starts to fall into the realm of the very definition of a thing called spasmophilia. And spasmophilia just means with a moderate amount of stimulation, be it physical stimulation or psychological stimulation, the area goes into like a spasm or a cramp. We don't really talk about it here in the US in the medical community, but like in Europe, especially in France, that term is very common. And the closest thing that we have to it here in the US is to say like the body is splinting. Like you're splinting, like the joint will splint and start to limit range of motion to prevent you from moving the joint to cause like more harm. So the body will clamp down on that area to keep you from moving that. And so because of the sexual trauma, that area in the sex chakra area will clamp down to prevent further trauma, even though it's not a traumatic thing that's happening. Trying to be intimate with a partner, whatever's causing the stimulation. Like sometimes they'll get it even without the intimacy. Like they'll just start to have like a clamping down that starts to happen. And it's the body is trying to protect itself. And so unwinding trauma is very good. You know, you could use a combination of like helichrysum and that blend Gilead, which is very good for helping to release lower emotions. But for spasmophilia, you know, there's a blend spasmophilia, but the oils that you want to use there are basil, petitgrain, neroli, and let me look it up real quick. I'll tell you other things that are in it. But it is literally for treating spasmophilia and
What, Gilead?
spasmophilia. No,
These ones are-
the oils that I'm basil, neroli, petitgrain. I mean, you could add galbanum, poplar, and ruscus or vetiver, but the neroli, basil, and petitgrain are the big main ones, right? And so
Equal amounts blending?
a little bit heavier on the basil and the petitgrain, and neroli doesn't have to be so much. But you know, you're going to want to be careful of the genitals, but she could rub it on the groin area, the inner thigh, on kind of the butt. You know, kind of the inner thigh is getting close to where it's starting to attach to the pelvis, and then lots of inhalations with it. So if you're going to apply it to the body, I'd put it in this particular case, I'd put it in an like a massage oil, make it into an ointment, about 25 drops per ounce of massage oil. You know, you're going to want it to be relatively strong, and then she could wear it, you know, daily, but you're trying to unwind that mechanism that feels that it needs to protect that area. And over a period of time, it does help. Energetically, I used to go through and, you know, because energetically, you don't have to get down in the area. I can just go in and work on that area. I would unwind the trigger points on the floor of the pelvis. And, you know, I know you know pranacheline. You could use pranacheline on those spots. And if you go to the website triggerpoints with an s.net, you can bring up the floor of the pelvis and you can see the little X's, which are the trigger points, and you treat them like little minor chakras.
Treat them like?
Minor chakras, like a little.
Okay.
Yeah. So treat it just like you would be treating the back of the knee or something. You just get in and you treat the trigger points that way.
Okay.
Green and violet, or excuse me, green and electric violet.
Okay. The massage, the ointment, is there a preferred oil I would use?
You know, just I usually use for something like that, I would use like sesame, but you could use anything.
Okay. And
It's
the
just-
other patient so the patient that was pacing up and down, it was a young man, about 35-ish or so. And when I asked him about his pacing, he said it was the result of childhood trauma and there's nothing he could do about it. So I didn't get into any specifics. I didn't question him. So what about his trauma?
Are you
Is
going
there
to be
anything
treating
you
him,
can
or
help?
are you going to be treating him, or are you just trying to give him something to do on his own?
Either or. I really just give him something he can do on his own, but if you have a suggestion where I can treat him, you can tell me.
Was it physical, emotional, or sexual?
I didn't ask, because he's just a neighbor. I was just.
Yeah, it would depend on what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I decide to ask him, I will get back to you.
I mean, the thing, so here's the thing, and you know, this is even plays into one of the things we're going to talk about is the byproduct of stress. Like you could call like a lot of digestive issues, or like a digestive system that is like stress plagued, you just tons of stress. The place that you really would hit would be the digestive tract. And so you're wanting to undo the effects of stress. And granted, there is trauma here, but even that trauma causes like stress. And so you have the trauma component and you have a very big stress component. There's the managing of the trauma, there's the managing of the relationships, there's managing of new situations, there's managing of anytime things get stimulated, there's the feelings of being uncomfortable. There's just all kinds of things where, when somebody has been traumatized at a young age, I mean, part of the thing is it's very stress inducing as they get older. And so you want to be able to unwind the stress. So the tarragon is very good for helping to calm the emotions and reduce any sort of shock that could happen. And shock here could be even some situations that get triggered. But even deeper, what tarragon is really good for is helping to unwind the effects of stress. The effects of stress on the digestive tract is what we are going to be talking about today, but just long-term effects of stress on the body, on the organism, right? And so things like rosemary, anise or anise, however you want to say it, are all very good for unwinding the effects of stress on the body and on the digestive tract. And the reason why I keep saying digestive tract here is the solar plexus is what impacts most of the digestive tract. And so if they're feeling issues in the lower emotions in the solar plexus, which is probably what's causing them to pace the halls and things like that, it's also hitting the organs. And so, I mean, one of the ways that you probably can help the person feel better is you could step up, have them take a little bit of tarragon internally, or, we have that blend ANS. You can make your own version of it, which is basically anise, rosemary, and let me look it up. It's anise, rosemary, and
Regular rosemary?
I usually use rosemary verbena, but any rosemary will work.
Okay.
The issue why I use rosemary verbena is that it's closer to what the truer form of rosemary is compared to other rosemaries, because there's just been hybrids over a period of time.
And Letty found it, and it's tarragon, anise, and rosemary.
Okay, it is those three. Yeah. And so you could do a combination of that. And the anise helps to balance out the sympathetic part of the nervous system, or excuse me, the autonomic nervous system, which is fight, flight versus rest and repair. And the combination of the three are very helpful in reducing the effects of a stress-plagued digestive tract. The rosemary helps stimulate digestion, even when there is a lack of digestive enzymes, because like in situations like this, that person pacing the hallway, I guarantee you there's a digestive enzyme imbalance. It's just, it's not causing that issue, but because of that issue, it's been caused, you know what I mean? And so like if you start kind of normalizing some of the body, it starts to improve energy levels. Because like think of it like this: the more that the person is fatigued, the more easy they become triggered. And in this particular case, how they're getting fatigued is poor digestive function. And so if you can improve the digestive function, it doesn't fix the problem, but it makes the problem easier to address. But if they're in a state of being triggered and they're in a state of fatigue, you really are just constantly just trying to put out a fire, put out a fire, put out a fire. Like you want to be able to go, okay, fire is out. Now what are we going to do? And so you almost got to get them out of a crisis, but it's probably not even recognized as a crisis. It's just like I can't remember what he said, but like it's because of abuse and there's just nothing I can do.
Right,
Like what I hear is I'm tired and I'm triggered.
okay,
Leave me alone. I don't have the juice for whatever you want to talk about.
right,
That's what I hear.
right,
And so you know, it's kind of heartbreaking to see because it's just like they don't have the energy to break out of the cycle.
right,
Like, you know, so you almost want to help bring them to a place where they feel a little bit better so that then they can go, okay, maybe there is something I can do about this.
right,
But they're in such a crisis. And the crisis is just fatigue and like constantly being triggered.
right,
And so the other one to throw into this mix is marjoram. And the reason marjoram, very good for the digestive tract, but it helps pull you out of the sympathetic state. Like it helps to tone the parasympathetic nerves. It helps to tone especially the vagus nerve, which is a cranial nerve, but it goes all the way down into the gut. And it will help pull them out of that parasympathetic state and actually help allow them to be able to relax. And as they begin to relax, they're able to get better sleep. And then eventually they have more energy. Like, you know, you kind of want to keep pulling them out of this state of it's not that he's excited, but he's just like on guard. Like, you know, he's just constantly in red alert. You want to pull him out of red alert. And, you know, all of those are digestive related herbs. They do a lot of other things. They'll help him feel better. They'll elevate the mood and they'll strengthen the body, especially the rosemary will be strengthening to the body. You know, not like thyme, not like cinnamon, but those wouldn't be appropriate at the time. You know, like some time for like a cold or a flu would be fine, but for long-term treatment, I would do this round first, and then as a little bit of distance between the situation happens, it could be like the next phase. And so the other thing that I would say about a situation like this is we'd want to look at, is he in situations where he's getting triggered or is it just fatigue? Like if somebody was like, this is why I was asking in the beginning, do we know if it's verbal, if it was physical, if it was sexual? You know, he might be in a workplace or in some situation where somebody is behaving in a similar way. And, you know, even if it was sexual abuse, it's not necessarily like that they're behaving in a sexual way, but it's somebody exerting power over them is what you would look for.
okay,
And in cases of that, in the same vein as the tarragon, benzoin is really super helpful. And don't even have to be topical. It could just be inhaled. The benzoin, it also would address the shock and the tendency to be triggered and calm the emotions. But benzoin's a little bit different in the fact that it like helps put distance between you and the situation. Like it just helps you to almost like disentangle and go, oh, look, that's upsetting versus, you know, you're just in it in the moment. And benzoin's amazing for that. Like I forget about benzoin and then I'll start smelling it. I was like, God, why am I not smelling this every day? Like it is one of those things where it's just, it helps you just to be more of an observer rather than a reactor.
uh-huh,
You know what I mean? And I would probably do the first things first, but as things start to unwind, part of what happens is, you know, we were even doing this in the class yesterday, is we were using an oil to balance the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, or what you would call fight flight versus rest and repair, is you become more sensitive. And so as you start to balance all those things out, what happens is now the person is more aware of, this is what happened to me. This is what's going on. This person at work is exerting power over me, or I'm in a relationship that maybe isn't that great for me, whatever it is. There starts to be like almost a bit of a hypersensitivity to things, or maybe not even hypersensitive, but just more awareness of what's happening. And then you've calmed down the physical body, and now you're having to calm down the emotional reactions,
Right.
And the benzoin would be for the emotional reaction.
Right. Would I combine benzoin and tarragon for inhalation?
No, but it has to be by itself. Like, as soon as you mix benzoin with something else, it starts to do other things.
Okay.
So
What about marjoram? Do I mix the marjoram with the
I would leave
tarragon?
marjoram by itself too. The one
Okay.
that you could mix together are the anise, the rosemary, and the tarragon.
I have ANS.
Okay, perfect. Have him smell that. But for like when he's feeling triggered and that thing that drives him to walk up and down the hall, just
Right.
tarragon by himself. Like,
Okay, so
that one thing by itself, but then you could do the combination to rehab the gut. And then
that's internal, you said marjoram, right?
no, he can just inhale that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So inhale all of them.
ANS you would want to take in turn.
Oh.
And
ANS.
everything else is an inhalation except for the ANS.
So the ANS, how many drops?
2 or 3, 1 to 2 times a day.
Okay. And so thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And I
I
definitely
hope you
would
bring
need
him
a
some relief. Like
Yeah.
I
I was shocked when I didn't see him anymore in the hallway. I mean, it was like, where did he go?
yeah,
Yeah. And
poor guy.
the woman who has the shrinking vagina, in follow-up consultations, I found out that actually she was very active. Her and her husband were very active sexually because they got married and so on and so forth. So apparently the trauma is not from that. And what she confided in me was that she had contracted herpes from him. So that's a whole nother issue from from looking at it. So apparently that's what she's closed down from. And he's sort of like saying, well, you're punishing me, so that's sort of quite different than what she initially told me and what I shared with you.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was childhood.
for me, like especially with the body, like why the trauma is there is not
Right.
as important that there's that reaction in the body. There's
Right.
some protection from pain.
Right.
And it could be that, it could be things happened when she was young. It could be that things she doesn't remember.
Oh, okay.
And the thing is, like, here's the thing with like sexual trauma or potential is sometimes, I mean, this is the thing that's kind of confusing, especially with like talk therapy, is that sometimes somebody was traumatized by sexual tension with somebody, but nobody acted on it,
Yeah.
And so if you go back and you go, was there ever some sort of incident? And they'll go, no. But every time you're around Uncle Bob, there was that weird sexual tension, and a child doesn't know how to process that. They
Right.
know
Right.
that something's there.
Right.
A lot of times that's almost as traumatizing.
Right.
But there's no reference. Like if you go, did anything happen? Oh, no, nothing happened. Like I had a normal childhood.
Right.
They just, were fending off,
Right.
Uncle Bob and the tension there and,
Right.
all that. And so that one's actually a little harder to treat because you don't have the incident to say, this is what happened.
Right.
Like, there's nothing to recall. And so the whys don't matter as much as that this is happening. Like, so for whatever reason, like treat the responses in the body. And then as you do, a lot of times the emotions will come up or there'll start to be more awareness. But even if there's no awareness of it, you still just keep calming down the lower emotion. You just kind of start following the steps.
Okay.
And then whatever comes up, comes up.
Okay.
And sometimes nothing comes up. I mean, we look for things to come up, but there's times where just nothing comes up. It could just be a series of conditioning or something that they've completely forgotten. And if they don't remember, just normalize them and get them feeling better, and that's good, you know.
Final question. Can you generally apply essential oils to an open wound?
Which oils are you talking to about?
Just generally.
It depends on the oil. Like the
I know
old
not
ones,
the ones that are photosensitive, but just in general, other than that.
I would be careful about putting things on an open wound.
Yeah.
Like the ones that I would put on an open wound are like helichrysum. You could do like myrrh.
It's just a student asked me and I said, well, no, I would never put.
No, I wouldn't go crazy with that.
Me
You know,
neither.
there's some things that could be quite toxic and
Yeah,
like I wouldn't
Okay.
put hyssop on an open wound or wormwood.
yeah,
I
great.
stick with like helichrysum, myrrh.
I usually use hydrosols
Hmm.
on open skin and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Thank you so
if you
very, very
put
much.
essential oil of helichrysum on, it will reduce the inflammation, reduce the pain, and you can literally start to watch the wound close. Like it will
Wow.
close the wound very, very quickly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
For the open wound, someone's asking yarrow.
Yeah, yarrow would work, German chamomile would work,
Great,
blue tansy. Yeah,
great. Thank you.
you're so welcome. Chamomiles would work.
And then go ahead, Troy, then Tracy.
Hey, Troy.
Hey there. Yeah, I was just kind of checking back in with what we've been talking about the last couple of Tuesday night sessions with the, post-COVID breathing stuff.
Oh, that's right. We had you do circulatory things. How did that treat you?
I noticed it helping, but it didn't like entirely cut it out. It definitely
But it
improved
did.
it.
Definitely
helped.
improved it. Okay. So tell me what I had you use. Petitgrin and something else, I think, if I remember right.
I didn't have the bitters orange. I couldn't find it in any of my kits, but I did the Petitgrin lemon.
Yeah. Okay.
And you were talking about mixing the 3 of those in thirds, I think, if I got that right.
Yeah.
But was it okay? I wasn't sure afterwards, but I scanned it and I got to go ahead and do it. I tried it just like 50-50 with Petitgrin lemon.
Okay, so you have lemon Petitgrin, and then you used what else?
Well, you had said, I may have just misunderstood you, but I thought that you had said to do equal parts, like with Petitgrin lemon and bitters orange.
Okay, so you can still use the lemon Petitgrin, but also use just regular lemon. So use regular lemon.
I'm sorry, that's all I have. I have lemon and then I have Petitgrin.
Okay, perfect. So use lemon and Petitgrin, and if you don't have the bitter orange, if it's improving, up the dosage. But that means that it's a little bit more circulatory rather than respiratory, and so we just need to increase the dosage and increase the dosage. And if that is the case, it would just be a little bit of time. Yeah, like that should knock it out. Like in theory, like fingers crossed, but that you're already responding and it's only been a few days, like what, 4 or 5 days. And given like what we've done we've gone through the gamut of things we could do for respiratory issues and it's not responding, then let's address it as a circulatory issue. So bump up the lemon and the Petitgrin, and those are both like well tolerated and you can do big dosages. And so what's the dosage you're using right now?
Like probably 5 to 10 drops.
Once a day or twice a day?
Once a day.
Do it twice a day.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're tolerating 10 drops, do 10 drops twice a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had also said something about for like the lymph system to do on all of the lymph nodes, joints, and then like the crease from the hip to the leg, like with bay laurel or arbor vitae.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't have enough bay laurel. I tried it with arbor vitae. I also felt like that was helping to some degree.
Yeah,
I just-
that should help too, because I think like what we're talking about on Tuesday is that the lymphatic system is also part of the circulatory system. It's part of, the immune system, it's part of the circulatory system. It's, it plays a role in even endocrine function. And so when there's circulatory issues, I like to still treat the lymphatic system just because it's not going to fix it, but it's like supportive, like it's like toning to treating the circulatory or cardiovascular issues. And the thing that's really nice about bay laurel, I might have you like eventually whenever you get more bay laurel, let's have you do bay laurel, because the thing with bay laurel is it's very strengthening to the body, like the vitality of the body, not so much like energy levels, like, oh, I take it and I have so much more energy, but it's like strengthening to the body, right? And I like that, especially in something where you're having a hard time bouncing back from. And it's very it's like very strengthening and toning to lymphatic function. We think of it as like for lymph nodes, but it's also very, very toning to the entire lymphatic system and its function, be it inflammation or endocrine function, or here we're talking about a circulatory component. And so I would say keep doing those things. And yeah, I mean, you could probably get away with not treating the lymphatic component, but it will make it probably get better faster. And so I think if you do the petitgrain and the lemon, and you said you didn't have bitter orange. Correct, right? Okay, no. So like even if you stick with that, the circulation should normalize in a little while. Like I think that's what the issue is, and it makes sense with like the COVID, the post-COVID syndrome. I can't remember what we call it now. Long COVID. Part of the thing with COVID is it definitely had a circulatory component, and issues with the heart were popping up in some parts of the population, and even reactions to vaccines. There was a potential for inflammation in the heart. Didn't mean every time, but there was definitely a potential. And then all the clotting that was happening with some people with COVID, there was a lot of clotting in the lungs. And so didn't happen to everybody, but there was just certain parts of the population were having this issue, which shows that it has a circulatory component to it. And so supporting it with the circulatory oils, improves circulation, and the lemon especially diminishes the potential for clotting. And I don't think you have a clot, but lemon helps reduce the viscosity of the blood and the potential for like the little platelets to stick together. The other thing that let's maybe also have you do, I don't know how therapeutic this will be or not, but have a couple cups of green tea a day, like just 2 or 3 cups. I mean, you can do the supplement, but might as well just drink the tea. And
how much
Mhm.
caffeine does that have in it?
I'm not sure. Like I would do it like more at the beginning of the day than the end of the day. Like I
Okay.
can drink green tea and go to bed, but you know, caffeine doesn't quite have the impact on me that it does on some people. But the thing with green tea is it keeps the platelets from sticking together. So it actually helps to improve circulation.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to do the green tea, let me look up some things and we can probably come up with another thing to do instead of that. But green tea, like people with really severe cardiovascular issues, I usually have them drink, or back in the day when I was doing therapy all the time, like 6-8 cups a day.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'm a little
No, you would
caffeine
have to do that in the morning. Like, you know, it would be,
And then supplement with some kava to calm down.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little caffeine sensitive. I can do like a shot or two of espresso in the morning, but if I get more than that, I get pretty antsy.
Yeah. Maybe just have a cup of green tea in the morning and just call it good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else was I
And
gonna
if the
ask?
green tea doesn't work for you, it's just an afterthought. Like it's not that big of a thing, but you know, if the circulatory oils are working for you, then you know, maybe add to it a little bit.
Okay. And then another question that
Mhm.
I started to ask a couple weeks back in Tuesday night Q&A was
Drinking my green
about
tea right now.
cheers. Was about my art making practice and like opening up the creative, you know,
Mhm.
thinking outside of the box. And you were saying let's like try and temper the stuff that's going on with the breath and circulation first. But
Right.
is there anything that you would say to
Yeah.
that, like getting
Hold
to
on.
the,
Let me look something up here real quick.
because I'll have periods in my art making practice where I'm like very prolific and just like pretty consistently thinking of like new ways and my work, like that's kind of what the work is about, even is about like
Mhm.
thinking outside of the box and finding like a new way to do things that I haven't done yet before.
Mhm.
But I've just felt like kind of a writer's block thing for a while now.
Okay, so a couple oils for you to explore. One would be either Artemisia or mugwort. And the idea is it kind of helps you step out of the box. It stimulates the creative aspects of the mind. It helps to stimulate more of the intuitive part of the mind. It helps to stimulate higher creativity. You know, like I used to consult with a big group of architects, and they would have their version of writer's block, you know, like you know, drawing block or something like that, you know, whatever you want to call it. And I would do healings on them and things, and nothing ever really seemed to do it. I gave them a bottle of mugwort when it would happen, and they would say that just like busted, you know, it would bust through the block. And I really didn't do a whole lot of anything else. I just gave them a bottle of mugwort, and I wasn't even telling them to do a pattern or whatever. Not even putting it on the skin, although I think a couple people were putting a few drops on the wrist. They would just open up the bottle and inhale it. And I think one guy, when he said it was really bad, he would take a bath in it. And he wasn't even doing a salt bath. He would just put like 10, 12 drops in and take a bath. And he said, boom, he'd blow right through it. And so mugwort or artemisia, I mean, you can really just choose one. I mean, they're just from different regions. I would use that. The thing too, there's that blend higher creativity, or you could use just the single oil cistus. And the thing with cistus is it really helps to like tap into the unconscious. And part of the creative process is being able to process things in the unconscious and like bring them forward. And sisters can be very helpful for that. You might not even need to go that far. You might be able to break it down with just the mugwort. You know, if you're already creative, you're just trying to get the juices flowing again, you know, but like if somebody maybe has a difficult time being creative, then cystis would be the next step. This is actually from notes that didn't make it to this booklet, but it was actually advanced strategies for the creative process. I just didn't have time to finish it. So cystis would be part of it. And then either patchouli or dark patchouli, or there was that blend that was in one of the kits, Divine Intelligence. You know, it was a little bit heavy on the patchouli as well. And the idea being that patchouli helps to break down internal boundaries, you know, like self-imposed boundaries because of, you know, trying to fit in society or in a group or in the workplace where you go, I really want to step out of the box. The patchouli helps break down like your inner walls, you could say. So the mugwort helps to stimulate the part of the mental body that has to do with it. The cystis helps you to go internal. The patchouli helps to break down inner restrictions or inner walls, whatever you would like to call it. And then if they're still needing to be something, just the idea of the expression itself, aloes with your awareness on your heart, whatever the project is, and then do the materialization breath. I mean, I can send this over to you. It's partial notes. I'll have Samantha posted in the chat.
And then Letty also found a pattern you were using for creativity, problem solving, step outside the box. It was the throat, jaw minors, front heart, back solar, back solar, navel minor, basic, Ming Ming, and Ashna. Would that be worth sharing? Or
Yeah, sure. What was that for? Does she remember what that's from? Sounds like something I would do. I just don't remember where it's from.
Like that's from one of the very first prosperity classes that you had, like long time
Oh,
ago.
that's right. Okay, yeah. And what oil did I have them use for that? Do you remember?
The prosperity was it was mugwort, and you had dreaming, higher creativity, and the foundation. Those are the oils
Okay.
that you did.
Perfect. Yeah, so you could add that to under the mugwort, but like I was saying, when that would definitely make it more potent. But like when I was working with those architects, and there was somebody else. Oh, it was a writer, just one person, but he wasn't even having writer's block. He was just like, God, I have all these ideas, but when he sits in front of the paper, he goes, I just can't get it from my head to the paper. And you know, I kept saying, are you having writer's block? And he's like, no, but mugwort was the remedy for that. Yeah, he used to buy it for me 4 ounces at a time. And I was like, I always have it in stock. You don't have to buy it. He was like, I don't want to run out. Because I think every time he would sit down to write, he would sit and inhale the mugwort. And then when he'd stopped to process, he'd inhale the mugwort, and he was taking a lot of mugwort baths. And so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I have
Think of mugwort just helps getting the energy to flow. Like regardless,
Right.
like if you put it on your arm, it makes the energy flow through your arm. If you put it on your legs, it makes it flow through the legs. If you inhale it and you do it on your brain, it makes it flow through your brain. So you're just making those channels open up and the energy to flow. Then the issue becomes you have to self-edit, because sometimes things are coming through. I mean, this happens sometimes when I'm doing the creative process with with doing R&D with somebody in another modality, I'll start getting information and then I'll realize too much information. It's different than what they're doing, or it goes off track, or it's more about problem solving certain situations. And I'll have to go, great piece of information, not for this situation. And I cut it and I just have to let it go. So just because something comes in doesn't always mean you're going to use it. When you really open up the channels, you'll have to go, that one and that one. Those other things maybe later or in a different situation, but
Is there an
Right.
oil or process that helps you edit?
self-editing. I don't think there's an oil for self-editing. You just have to practice. Like, how does it apply and how does it not apply? I mean, going through these steps with these oils should do it, but yeah.
I thought there was an oil for everything.
I wish.
Okay, thank you. Can I
Yeah,
ask one
yeah.
other
You can
question
do whatever you
for a
want.
friend?
Yeah.
I have a friend that just moved back to the US from the Netherlands and then was
Oh,
staying
nice.
with her. Yeah, she was staying with her folks up in Virginia, DC area for a little while to help them out. Her dad is kind of getting closer and closer to transitioning.
Mhm.
And then she kind of just hit her threshold and like kind of couldn't be there anymore. And she used to live down here, and she works remotely, has like a corporate job online. So she got a place down here and moved down here. And she's like 35, but it's actually like the first time she's ever lived completely alone. And she's just going through the ringer and having a hard time like stable.
She wasn't alone. Who was she with over in the Netherlands?
Well, she was with a boyfriend over there,
Okay.
and she's always had like a roommate or been with her folks or
Gotcha.
something like
Gotcha.
that. So
Gotcha. Okay.
it's her first time she's officially struck out on her own and rented a place by herself. And she's a very strong person and super independent in a lot of ways, but she has a hard time like emotionally regulating, and I think she didn't want that relationship to end, and it did, and he was kind of a jerk and stuff. And so anyway, she's just kind of going through a rough patch, and just wondering what your like top things to
So she's having a
recommend.
hard time because she's lonely, or she's afraid, or does she not know?
I mean, I think she's still got like a little bit of heartbreak going, and she's having a hard time letting go of that. And then she's also having that like, oh my gosh, I'm out here on this island in the middle of the Pacific for the first time by myself, kind of feeling of like she was with this guy for years and then came and stayed with her folks, and then all of a sudden decided to pivot and just strike out on her own. And I think it's good for her, and she knows that, but she's emotionally having a rough time like regulating and
And
getting
there's no children or anything. She's
no.
just single.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's actually one of the things that is hard for her to let go of it, is because she was thinking that that's what was going to happen with them. Is
Yeah,
that they were gonna get,
like as you tell me the story, like children keeps popping in my head. And
she was ready for the
wants
first time
children.
to have kids,
Right,
and
right.
he wasn't quite. And then he broke up with her and kind of sent her packing, and she's kind of still in love with him and wanted to have kids with him.
Gotcha.
But it's like totally over. But she had that story really strong. She was ready to do it.
Is she able to socially interact with people right now, or is she a little bit withdrawn?
Yeah.
She okay. Is she a bit of an introvert, extrovert?
She I would call her more of an introvert most of the time, but she's a she's an ornithologist and a birder, and when she is in that community, she's
Right,
like
she's
the
fine.
most bubbly
Gotcha.
person in the room.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Interesting work. I keep letting this go and I keep coming back to it. Like I would probably do as a single oil, like either cinnamon or cassia, or a blend, liberation. And she might be able to get away with it inhaling, but a drop or two in water daily in the morning would be really good for her. Think of it like this: it's like it's strengthening. It helps her to be a bit more outgoing. It sounds like she's outgoing in her circles, but like, I'm just going to talk like a therapist, like here for a little bit, and not like, like when you're friends with somebody, you talk one way, but like when you look at somebody when they're like the relationship is done and they're still having a hard time letting go. I mean, it could be feelings, it could be that she's in love with them. I'm not discounting that or diminishing it, but if there's no potential of that working out, sometimes some of it is like, that was comfortable and I don't want to have to go out and put myself out there again. You know what
I
I
think
mean?
that's part of it.
Yeah, and cinnamon will just cut through that. Like, you almost kind of went like, okay, you don't want to be with me, then you know what? I'm moving on. Like, like I'm not gonna keep waiting around, and that could be a little bit of that guy's drama. Like whatever. It doesn't matter. But I think there's a little something to that though, but like we'll let that go. The ability to have that outgoing effect and like, you don't want to be with me, then I'll just find somebody else. That is cinnamon right there. Like kind of thick skin, putting yourself out there, not afraid to take a chance, having the energy to like go, I'm going to do something different. Like, that is cinnamon. Like it is, like you could say, cinnamon on one level is one of the best things for your digestive tract. Think about it like this. It's not for like how we were talking about earlier, where there's a bunch of health issues and things like that, but when digestion is not happening or sluggish, rosemary is the first thing, like all those things we talked about before. But when you're wanting to kind of deal with like diarrhea or something where there's some weird dysfunction in the gut, you would use cinnamon and clove, and that liberation blend has both of those in that. And if you look at it, like the energy of digestion is like you're consuming something, you're breaking it down, you're assimilating it, you're utilizing the nutrients, and then you're expelling something. You're taking food in and you're getting rid of it. That is cinnamon in a nutshell. The ability to go out, to grab something, consume it, assimilate it, break it down, utilize the nutrients, and then the parts that don't work, getting rid of it. That is cinnamon right there. And she needs to find a new relationship. She needs to step out of her box. She needs to put herself out there. She needs to have the strength to be able to do it. She needs to assimilate things that she's doing in front of her, relationships or potential partners, things like that. And she needs to shed the old situation, and not even detaching, just gotta poop it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even a disentangling, it's just like a moving away from, that is cinnamon. Like that is totally cinnamon right there. And so I would have her use cinnamon or cassia or that liberation blend.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be super complicated for her. Like she's got everything wired. She sounds confident. She sounds very, very capable. And she's at an age where kind of the world's her oyster. You know what I mean? Like kind of anything could happen as far as relationships and everything. I would just help her just get out there. Yeah. Cinnamon would do all of that for her. She could
Awesome.
she could diffuse it, she can inhale it, but at least maybe if she's up to it, 1 or 2 drops in water daily. But then still maybe diffuse it or just pull the bottle out from time to time and inhale it.
Okay.
Especially when she's going out. Like if she's going out and hanging out with friends, or she's going out to like, you know, somewhere where she's going to meet people outside her circle, little cinnamon before she goes outside. Like, you know, just inhale it for a little bit and call it good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Attracting love, like if she wants to step that up, and not to make it complicated, that rose and frankincense together. But I don't think she needs to go there. I think she just needs a little bit of cinnamon and call it good.
Groovy. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank
And then just kind of going back to the salt bath or the bath in general with oils, can baking soda be used as an alternative to salt?
It doesn't do the same. Baking soda does do nice things to the body, but it's not the same. Yeah. But still can be used.
And then go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
Good morning. So I'm sorry to go full circle back to the bipolar at the beginning, but I had a question. I have a friend who adopted a baby at like 1 month old, and the girl is now 17. And ever since, really, there were signs of her not being completely balanced, even when she was a little bitty thing. But now that she's 17, and it's been happening since she was probably 13, you know, coming maturity and stuff like that, she's basically bipolar. She has a sociopath. They have no idea what her mother and father, whether there was drugs or whether there was mental health issues, but she's threatening them. They can't do anything with her. She's now moved into, she's staying in a shed behind her boyfriend's house, like without running water, you know, like it's just a horrible situation. She tells my friend, her adoptive mother, that she's the worst mother ever. And it seems like she's projecting, you know, all this from what she's feeling because she was basically abandoned by her natural parents, her
Mhm.
natural mother, onto my friend. But I was wondering if the dark blue tansy and the myrrh would probably help with the bipolar part.
Different animal.
Okay.
Like, yeah, different animal here. Was there ever a diagnosis?
Yeah, bipolar and like sociopathy or whatever.
Was there a diagnosis when she was young?
It's been probably 13 or 14. When she was 13 or 14, they said that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No talk of attachment disorders or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I think that was thrown
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. I mean, all honesty, is there going to be any sort of therapy that can be done with this person? Like if the person's
They have, I'm so sorry. They have tried, but you know, she won't keep up with it.
no, like that's a complicated situation, and that person would really have to want to be involved in therapy to address it. Trying to get somebody who's so defiant is a hard one.
Yeah, basically right now they're just waiting on her to be 18 so that they can kick her out, unfortunately. Like it's gotten that bad. They've called the police on multiple times. The police are saying, well, she hasn't done anything bad enough for us to arrest her.
Yeah. Oils, I don't know that you're going to get close enough to do anything. What I would do is, how you do the materialization breath, you could do that with that person, hold that person in the heart and then go through and treat it that way. And with pH, just dark blue the person and the situation every couple days for like 10 minutes at a time.
Any particular chakra?
No, the whole person, just the whole person. Like you got to just slow everything down. Like anytime they're like a crisis, or if you think of, this isn't the best example, but like if you think of like when there's been some event with law enforcement where law enforcement's involved and they have to investigate everything, it's really easy to be really fast about everything, but the way to get to the truth is you just start slowing everything down.
Okay.
Like, so as an employer, you have some issue with an employee, what do? You slow everything down. Let's get to the heart of the matter. Is there a problem in the workplace? Is there a problem with the home life of the person? Is there a problem with just the person themselves? Being all fast about everything doesn't get you to the truth. It just gets you like stories, right? So you just slow everything down and then you go, that's the problem.
Okay.
So like sometimes you can control the situations to slow it down, and in times where there's a crisis, you just either the person or the whole situation, you dark blue it for a while just to slow everything down, that stops all the bouncing back and forth, so you can go, here's the issue. And feel bad for the person that she's so agitated, but it's that thing, hurt people. And so, there probably needs to be, like you said, like a little bit of distance. And if she's already running off, the more you try, the more she's going to create distance. So you almost just like get still and you just wait for her to come back around again. And given her age, if you look at it from the point of view of planetary cycles, she's in her Mars cycle. And whatever gets done, she's going to be passionate about whatever. And here, the more you try to help her, the more she's probably going to rebel and be passionate about pushing away. They're waiting for 18. I would say I'm probably more waiting for 22, 23, 24.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's because they're in a different cycle, they're in a different place in their life, and it becomes easier for them to like now address some of those issues. They become a different person in those early 20s, and like after about 22, like 23, 24 is when they start hitting it. And so there's been lots of times where the teenager is being whatever, like late teens or whatever, and the family would come and we talk about like therapeutic approaches and everything. But I was like, honestly, this is a time issue. Like at 22 or 23, you're going to be dealing with a very different person. They're going to be much easier to deal with. And they'll probably come to some of it on their own. The goal is just not to damage things too much in the time between here, like now and then. And so, you'll still have a relationship with her. And like, I think the thing about just waiting and seeing, especially when she's so passionate about getting away, she's almost of age. Yeah, that's probably the wisest thing to do. It sounds like there's several things that are in play more than just bipolar. Bipolar is, my guess, a minor thing in that scheme of things. You don't know like what happened, and those first couple months, and then
Yeah.
it's a
Okay.
complicated issue.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've done a bunch of therapy in those in those circumstances, in those circles. It
So
takes
really,
it
you
takes a
wouldn't-
long time to affect change, but
okay.
it's possible. But at this point, it would be a lot harder than it would be either a couple of years ago or a couple of years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, just not good timing for them. I mean, it might be okay, but that she's already so defiant, trying to help usually will make it worse.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to watch sometimes, but sometimes the thing you have to do is just watch and wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
So what I understand you saying is it's really not a good time to help the child, but is there a support for the parents if they're willing to do some process?
Oh, the parents? Yeah, you could help that.
Probably stress. I mean, that's the biggest thing right now is the stress of it all on the parents and that feeling of helplessness.
Give me just a second there. Are they religious or spiritual or anything like that?
Not really.
How open are they?
Um, mm, the wife is, she's an old friend of mine, but she's not an old friend. She's from before energy work. So they kind of think I'm kooky, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Uh,
But she is open to oils, like just not maybe the energy work. So would would the white light technique help the parents and then do dark blue on the daughter?
let me think for just a second. Okay, this is what I'd say about this. So for the child, not that you're going to do this, but like in a situation like this where they're so out of control, the thing to use in and around them, and again, I'm not telling you to use it, but this is just FYI, you would use galbanum. And galbanum helps with offsetting the pain. It calms down the limbic responses. And like in the Jewish tradition, they talk about the use of galbanum to help diminish the tendency for like falling off the path, and to help encourage somebody being closer to the soul or to God, right? And because it's about pain, right? You know, if you really look at that child, you know, looking at it without judgment of what they're doing, it's just that pain is that person is just a bundle of pain right now. And so like starting to unwind some of that pain can be helpful. And so if you were to bless that child, I wouldn't bless the child directly. I would bless the ground below her feet. Like that would be the important, instead of like blessing her, bless below her feet. And by doing that, you diminish like the realm that she's walking in, you could say. Like that's like a metaphorical way of saying it. But you know, all our thoughts, all our words, all our actions cultivate something below our feet. And you're just helping to ease where she's at, you could say. And then the dark blue is the practical thing. For the parents, out of the heart class, there's that blend, Chash Malem. If they were to work with an oil, you could just tell them it's about the heart. It would help them with like their potential regrets and sadness, and you know, it's not going to be one thing for them. It's going to be this like ball of reactions to all the things that has happened, right? Now, if this is why I was asking if they're open. If they're open to it, and they might, I wouldn't force this issue, but the potential remedy in this would be for them to tithe to help displaced refugees. You know, it doesn't matter where, just anywhere in the world where there's displaced refugees, and then decree the karma for that for the child. I mean, it doesn't even have to be very much. Just, you know, $50, $100, something, and then just decree it for the child. Because if you look at it, like the child, not from them, but from the biological parents, was displaced. And there's just this ongoing thing. Same thing happens when people are displaced from their country. Like even though they're trying to have a better life and they're moved, be it because of war or politics or whatever it is, even when they're good-hearted, how do you not deal with just the repercussions of having to leave and why you left? And so any sort of easing of that and another could be directed towards her.
That makes perfect sense. Okay.
Yeah.
And the galbanum would be, could she,
Help her to get to, she's not going to use it. So like don't even worry about trying to get her to use it. That's not going to happen.
but my friend could use it.
No, it's Chashmalem is more for
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The galbanum is just to help when somebody's just out of control and like the way I used to say it in the shamanic circles is somebody who rides far from themselves. I would call them a far rider, like they ride really far away from who they are. Because this isn't the child, this is just the child in pain.
Oh yeah.
It
So
helps bring them back closer to who they are.
if they diffused it, in situations where she's there and she's acting out? Do you think that would?
It wouldn't be enough. Like, I
Okay.
mean, you could try, but
Okay.
it,
For all this other helps. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
yeah, the child, probably the best thing to do is just for them to stand back and just let the energy dissipate, because anything that they like, think of it like this, like any energy they put into her is just going to be fueled up in this, like the Tasmanian devil that's always spinning and spinning and spinning and then stops and like looks around and then spins some more. Like any energy put into it perpetuates the spin. So
Yeah, like
yeah, doesn't matter how good or good intention, at some point you just have to step back and just go, I'm going to stand here and lovingly wait for you to get exhausted, then I'll help.
yeah, it felt like anytime I was gonna do something, I felt like I was agitating
Yeah.
the girl.
Yeah, because if you think about, like, I'm not even telling you to bless her, bless below her feet, because if you
Yeah,
bless
yeah.
her, it will probably make it worse.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
You're so welcome.
We do have questions still in the chat. Are you good to keep going? Do you need?
Yeah,
a
we're
break?
going to have to do the Sunday session in about 10 minutes. I can maybe do one more and then Sunday
Okay,
session.
yeah, let's go through if we can, and then, yeah, I forgot Sunday sessions. What's a good oil for school and concentration?
So concentration, you have a couple of choices. Rosemary would be good, or basil.
Application?
Mostly inhalation. Inhalation would be good. You could take a couple drops internally. So either rosemary or basil would be good. If the person is dealing with a lot of like physical fatigue, you could add cinnamon to it. If they're dealing with brain fatigue, sage. And if they're having a hard time processing the information, like they're starting to get confused a lot, petitgrain would be good. But usually for brain stuff, it's like sage, rosemary, petitgrain. Basil is one of the best cerebral stimulants. Peppermint will help focus, but you'll have to keep using it over and over again. And it doesn't last super long. Like it'll last for a couple of hours, then you got to pump it up again. Rosemary increases the circulation to the brain, helps with cognitive function, helps with memory. The basil helps to stimulate cerebral activity, like basically is a mental stimulant, helps you process information. Petitgrain again helps deal with like confusion and things like that. And then
The sage again was.
sage is for brain fatigue.
Is also.
Yeah, brain fatigue. Yeah, and sage would be brain fatigue and overstimulated. Like if the person's just feeling overstimulated, like when they start, like sometimes when you're doing a lot of like mental work, you start getting overstimulated by sounds and things like this, like light, sounds, the environment. Sage is what you use in those situations.
So all inhalation or internally?
All inhalation. You could do a couple drops of the basil internally. Plus, it's very good for stress. And if you're studying and doing a lot of schoolwork, stress is a big thing.
Do you want to take a break now or one more question?
We can maybe squeeze in one simple question.
What would you recommend to help an 18-year-old boy quit smoking marijuana? He wants to quit, but has been consuming high quantities daily for the past 2 years and is having a hard time. He's been through a lot of physical, verbal, emotional, and sexual abuse and trauma in the past 2 years. And
Yeah,
the smoking.
that's a complicated one. Let's answer that one after lunch because that's not a quick answer.
And then a quick one might be learning ? Basil for mental stimulation and vetiver on temples. You have in the conditions book on page 61.
Yeah, that would help as well. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with the temples and putting vetiver there, it helps your brain like take in information and like kind of change with the information. Yeah.
And then Letty posted the link for the Astara, if you guys would like to join us. For those of you who are new, our Sunday session usually starts with Greg. And then we go on with Reverend Tammy, and we do a community thing afterwards. It's really nice. And
And the question about the teenage boy, we'll address like right after lunch. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to like cut it short. That's a little bit of an involved. Hey, everybody, come on back. And let's pick up where we left off. So Q&A and
yeah, we had that question. I'll go ahead and re-say it. Let me scroll up real quick and get it. Okay, here we go. What would you recommend to help an 18-year-old boy quit smoking marijuana? He wants to quit, but has been consuming high quantities daily for the past 2 years and is having a hard time. He has been through a lot of physical, verbal, emotional, and sexual abuse and trauma in the past 2 years and was smoking weed as a coping mechanism. Thank you.
yeah. So you have like when you treat something like this, you have two different issues. You have the excessive use of marijuana. I mean, it usually is used to manage pain or something like that. You know, this is not just recreational use, but this is, you know, I would call this like self-medicating. You know, there's something going on where it's multiple times a day, every day. So that component, like when somebody goes off the use of something like that with marijuana in particular, it's actually a harder thing to treat because you know, now it's legal and it's not like hard like cocaine or heroin or something like that. So alcohol and marijuana can be two of the harder things to treat. You know, easy access. Usually there's a circle of friends that do it as well. So when somebody goes off of marijuana, they don't feel good for a little while. They feel a little bit cranky, and part of it is due to like depletion of serotonin. The serotonin is low, and it might even be what caused the person to start using it in the first place. The best essential oil for that is saffron. Saffron will help elevate serotonin levels, and I usually for marijuana use, I usually use that with Gilead. You know, going back to the myrrh, you can use myrrh, you can use like galbanum in some of these situations, but I kind of just go saffron and Gilead. Another thing to do is to do things that are supportive of the nervous system, like a nerving of sorts. In this particular case, I mean, Melissa could fall into that realm. I might use like something like spikenard actually. I actually kind of like that a little bit better for this. It would be calming, it would be soothing. You know, it's not a replacement for it, but in the old days, like in the turn of the century when they were getting people off like more serious substances, but even like tobacco, the thing that they would use is this thing called lady slipper. And lady slipper is very similar to valerian, and valerian is very similar to spikenard, you know. So I would say you could use valerian or spikenard in this. It's calming and soothing to the nerves, it's fortifying to the nerves. It can be helpful. But then at some point with the abuse stuff, you know, there might come a time where that needs to be addressed. Sometimes in addictions, I would ignore the addiction and treat the underlying cause. But the issue here being that with marijuana, especially not recreational use, but like daily use multiple times, it really reduces cognitive processes. Sometimes people use it because they're oversensitive, hypersensitive or oversensitive. Sometimes it's to manage pain, it's to manage feelings, it's to calm feelings down. So I think those three things would actually kind of target some of that, but there's probably going to come a point where some of the abuse needs to get targeted. And that kind of would depend on where they're at. Definitely this is a good starting place, but if you want, you can unmute and we can talk it out a little bit, or you can just kind of start with this. The saffron, you can inhale it, but it probably would need to be internal, like a couple of drops internal. The spikenard could be internal or on the body, especially on the feet, like the feet and the lower legs a bit. And Gilead, I would say both inhalation and several drops on the wrist, but that combination should be quite helpful in trying to get off the substance. And the thing is too, like the saffron will keep him going to the sensory mind so intensely and will stimulate more of the intuitive mind, which is where you're going to let go of things, for one. And it's probably the motivation for using the marijuana is it kind of shifts him over to that a little bit. And so, people use it to manage pain. They use it topically, they use it internally. It can be good for that. But when you start to see anything used in excess, it starts to be an issue, anything. And so, I would call this self-medicating. He's probably just dealing with very uncomfortable feelings or even thoughts. And so depending on what comes up, then we could go through and treat. But, if it's repetitive thoughts, that's one thing. If it's feelings, that's another. And sometimes it's both,
As far as the internal saffron spikenard, how much?
The saffron, just like a drop or two in water. It is something that will change the mental processes, and it can be a little bit like elevating, like it can feel like you're doing a meditation of sorts, like when you take it internal. So it's a good thing to use for this because it doesn't just say like you need to stop this. It's like stop it, but here's a thing to replace it that helps pull him out of the repetitive thinking or the intense emotions. And so the spikenard, if he is able to take that internally, like 2 or 3 drops once to twice a day, but daily on his feet.
How soon till maybe you see the effects?
Within a few days or a week. Usually wouldn't take very long. I'd still treat it consistently. And like, here's the thing that with addiction though, like there'll be moments where he'll feel like he's going to stop it and then he'll backslide and then he'll stop it and backslide. The backsliding is the nature of the condition. And so when you're treating something like this, it needs to be really a big picture look. You keep trying to stop the backsliding, but when there's a backsliding, it needs to not be, don't make a big deal out of it. Just like, okay, brush yourself off, let's get back on track. Because the more that it becomes a big issue, at some point they'll just say, F it, this is what I'm gonna do. Like, they'll just get frustrated. So you almost need to minimize the frustration that could happen, and you just need to look at it like a scientist, like where you just go, oh, very interesting, okay, brush yourself off, let's get moving again, and have like little to no emotion about it, no judgment about it. It's the nature of addiction. Like, it's just, and that he's addicted. Addiction can be an odd thing. Sometimes it's just situational. It's not that they're addicted to the substance, they're really managing something. And once you help them to manage those things, the drive for the substance diminishes. So the craving for it is situational, where like for me, something that's a true addiction is regardless of the situation, they're craving the substance. Addiction just simply means continued behavior in the face of consequences. And so within that, there's situational, and then there's like, almost like an allergic reaction where they just can't stop it. I know this one person, she was the daughter of somebody really famous. I don't want to say who it is, but like when I was treating her, her life was good. She had everything she wanted, but if she got into a situation where there was prescription pain relievers, like Vicodin, Oxycontin, anything like that, she could sniff it out like a bloodhound. Like it was crazy. And I mean, she ended up being arrested 3 or 4 times. And I mean, she was this sweet, sweet girl, still very young, didn't have a difficult thing, but she just, I mean, she like it was more than even a craving. It was just, she would lose her mind whenever she was in the presence of it. And some cultures have a genetic predisposition to certain substances, not all substances, certain substances. And so, she was of the genetic predisposition to, doesn't mean everybody in that genetic line has the issue, but there's always a potential. Like certain genetic backgrounds have a predisposition to certain substances. And then other substances don't phase them, they just don't phase them. And so, she had the genetic predisposition. And so, yeah, start with that, and then whatever kind of comes from that, we can go through and address, but it's hard to predict. It depends on the individual, it depends on the situation, the circumstance, depends on what happened, but you can start calming it down there. And sometimes, he's only been using it 2 years. That's actually not too bad. I mean, a lot of times when people are approaching me with something like this, it's been 25 years or something, much harder to undo.
And they did share, it's like you said, they keep backsliding.
Yeah,
They keep-
that's super normal. Not a character flaw, not anything. It's just the nature of, these kinds of circumstances. That's super normal, super normal. I mean, the times that, I treated hundreds, if not into maybe 1,000 cases. And, I sometimes I was just overseeing some of them, but it was rare for somebody to just do it and be done with it. It was, that always surprised me, that there was backslides. It happens, I don't want to say expect it, but don't be surprised by it. Yeah.
Did you say saffron increases serotonin levels?
Yeah. Serotonin's a big thing for going off marijuana, by the way. Recreational use, it's not an issue. It's the 4 times a day, every day of the week for years, then serotonin becomes an issue.
Great, thank you. And then go ahead, Zakia, then Letty.
Hey, Sakia.
Hi, I forgot one question. Dermatoid cysts. In researching it, I understand it's some skin lumps, and the person has it on the back of the legs down near the ankle. I created a blend, but I was wondering what you might suggest to dissipate it or whatever.
So what is it again?
Dermatoid cysts. They're like little, they're like, not little, they're like bumps, lumps, on the back of the leg, down on the lower part of the leg. And I did create a blend and oil, but I was just wondering if you, what you might suggest.
What causes it? Do we know?
The research and the doctor said it's just something in the skin, separating from the skin or something. There's no pain, or it's not oozing or anything like that. And they don't know what causes it, and it could go away and maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Dermatoids.
So
I'll
I
read.
created a blend and using black Jamaican castor oil, and I
Huh?
made a pretty strong blend with helichrysum, lavender, copaiba, German chamomile, lemongrass, bay laurel, and your lymphatic blend, and they seem to be dissipating.
Oh, then I just stick with it. Yeah. I mean, helichrysum was what I was going to do, but I was wondering. Hold on for just a sec.
It says a dermatoid cyst is a growth of normal tissue enclosed in a pocket of cells called a sac. This
Right.
tissue is in or under your skin in an unexpected location. And that's what it is. It may contain hair, teeth, or even nerves. They usually appear at birth. They form usually on the head and neck, but they may be on ovaries, on your spine, or anywhere on your whole body.
Right.
Okay.
Usually harmless. Providers often remove these cysts with surgery.
And there's no pain. There's an really occasional sensitive to touch, or less occasional itching, but that's about it.
Well,
Yeah,
if
the
what
pain
you're
and
doing
the
is working, I would stick with that. The one thing that I might introduce just by itself is spikenard.
Okay,
Like rotate it with what you got in place already. Like keep doing what you're doing, but then add spikenard in between applications.
okay, thank you.
I was going to show you a picture. Let me see if this even works. Ugh. Their computer's not working. You see that okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just stick with.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, helichrysum especially I would use. Lymphatic was a good call. Why won't we clean that up? Break that down. I wonder if asafoetida would do that. Yeah. If it's working, I'd stick with it. Like there's some things you could experiment with, but if you're getting results, then I would just stick with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Like some things like that, you just start experimenting and just seeing, whoa, what happens if I throw this at it? The one that comes to mind, it's a really stinky oil called asafoetida, and I think that would work, but it's really, I mean, it smells like intense onions. Like it's
Yeah,
just.
I know the herb. I know the herb, yeah.
You could try the herb. Try doing like a little plaster of the herb.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty, how are you?
Hi, Greg and Sam. How are y'all doing? Okay, so really quick, I just wanted to touch base really quick again on my my assistant that works with me.
Mhm.
You know, it had been kind of rough in my classroom with that one student that we have, but I think his last day was Friday. But anyhow, so there's a lot of things I noticed that she can't handle, and I know the last time you had mentioned to me that she, I think she used for her to inhale vetiver and sage because her nerves were firing too much.
Mhm.
Not mistaken. I think that's what you told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think there's also, I just wanted to make sure this is also like part of it. Like this boy would, we'd give him like this reading toy. It's a toy that, you know, reads or whatever, but he would bang it on the floor. And he would bang it on the floor like nonstop. And I'm talking about like we had him for 3 hours. So, I mean, I know it gets annoying, but it was something with that noise, like just the noise constant, like she couldn't handle it. So I'm just wondering if that kind of falls under the same realm. Well, she was just having a bad day, period. Well, then to top it all off, she went to the nurse to take a kid and she slipped on water, fell, and landed on her hand. So now she's got the whole hand issue thing now.
Boy, she's having a rough time.
Yeah. It was,
So the hand, like, are we wanting to address the hand or what's going on?
yeah, as well, please. Like, we just wanted to check
So
overall. Sorry?
What happened to the hand? What happened to the hand?
Well, when she fell, she kind of landed on it and now it's swollen.
Okay.
She fell on, there was some water somewhere, like I would assume she was taking a kid to the nurse and there was water somewhere and she didn't see it. And she slipped and I think she tried to,
X-rayed or anything like that? It's not
she's
broken?
going to tomorrow. She'll have it, I guess she's gonna go to the doctor tomorrow.
Yeah. So, I mean, reduce the swelling. So German chamomile, blue healer, yarrow, helichrysum, have her take black cumin internally, a little bit of galbanum internally, or at least topically. Even if you just do the black cumin and the galbanum kind of combination, that should help reduce that. But I would also probably put something on it topically with a fall like that. And the swelling, I mean, it's always a little bit like, oh, I hope she didn't fracture something. And but you know, just reduce the swelling. Once the swelling goes down, treat it like a sprain or a strain with marjoram, like just marjoram all over it. That will help ease like whatever soft tissue issues are there. And if there's like a ligament or tendon irritation that happened from it, will help with that. And even if there is like a fracture, it will help the fracture heal faster. And so that's good for that. You know, like in the thing with that situation, it sounds like kind of going into almost like a PTSD kind of thing. And you know, right off the bat, PTSD, tarragon would be good, but here I would almost go the benzoin route, you know, because it's, even if the person's gone, like I would consider this like still active. She's still having to go on site where it happened. She's still having to deal with special needs kids. You know, there's always the potential for somebody to be acting out, and so it's like an active situation. And again, the benzoin, it does help pull you out of the shock of the situation, out of the emotional upset. And tarragon helps you to put space between whatever's happening and where you're at. It just feels like you take a few steps back. And really good for situations that are active or when some like past event has gotten triggered. You know, like say you're doing something and like go to the hand injury and that triggered some past event. And you might not even know what it is, but like the emotions and things might be greater than what the situation is. That usually is some sort of body memory, muscle memory thing. It's just, it can happen. Your body takes beating sometimes. It doesn't say anything, but then when something else happens, it just comes to the surface. Benzoin's really good for that. It's really, really super good for that. And so I mean, it can happen at any time to anybody. And so don't put it on topically unless you dilute it with something, you know, because benzoin can be a little bit irritating to the skin. You know, it's got a part of the chemistry of it is similar to what's in cinnamon. right? So it has a little bit of a potential skin irritant. So just have her inhale it, or if you do it topically, you put a little bit of like jojoba or lotion or alcohol or something.
Okay.
There is like pharmaceutically, they use a thing called benzoin something tincture. And it's benzoin, and sometimes it's tolu balsam, and sometimes it even has a little bit of aloes in it, but it's mostly benzoin, and it's just mixed with a bunch of alcohol, and they use it for all different kinds of things. It's very old school, but you have to dilute it a bunch, otherwise it will irritate the skin. Yeah.
Okay, for the PTSD, you think I should have her go to the 4 oils as well?
You could, but she might just need the first phase. She might just need the first step. Like, she may not be full-blown PTSD, but she's starting to flirt with it a little bit. If she does look like she's gone kind of into that realm, do all 4 oils. But the first step might just knock it out for her.
Okay. Now the student, I mean, hopefully they, for sure he should be gone. He should not come back on Monday. But we had him for 3 weeks, and he gave us, it was rough pretty much. The last 2 days, I think he acted the worst. I wasn't there on Thursday, but I went on Friday. And I don't know if, I'm just kind of wondering, not that it matters or whatever, but if he was sensing that he was going to be leaving because he acted worse. And like, he had never undressed himself in my room until like Friday, like all 3 weeks, and had never done it in my room. But of course I was putting blue into his main. But on Friday, he ended up doing that. Like,
yeah, with something like that, you don't know if it's like he senses that something's going on, because those kinds of kids are usually very sensitive. And they do pick up on things, even though you think they might not. They might not be able to process it mentally, but emotionally they pick up on things. And so that's possible, but it also could have just been feeling more comfortable, feeling whatever, and did it. You never know. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling my sister. I said, I think he knows. I said, because he was going over to the refrigerator and opening it, like whatever he get a hold of, he just chug it, but I put a lock on it. And he noticed it was on there. So he never went back to the refrigerator. Like, I literally installed a lock on it, because every couple of years we get those kind of kids that just run to the refrigerator. And
I don't want to say it's common with special needs kids, but it's not surprising. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was telling my sister, I said, I bet he noticed that lock. I said, he's not getting up running to the lock anymore. I said, we may think just because he doesn't talk, but I know, like, he knows what's going on.
They're smarter than you think.
Yeah, exactly.
They're a lot more perceptive, and as the issue is, they're running more on feelings rather than like intellect, but they're smarter than you think.
Okay, Rick, thank you so much for that.
You're so welcome.
So PTSD related, not oils related, but what are your thoughts on the effectiveness of doing ketamine therapy, microdosing for treatment of PTSD and depression, as well as to help relieve addictions to alcohol or marijuana? And you don't have to.
What is this again?
So basically it's not oils related, but it's health related. What are your thoughts on the effectiveness of doing ketamine therapy, microdosing for treatment of PTSD?
Microdosing ketamine?
That's what it says. It says ketamine therapy, then parentheses, microdosing for treatment of PTSD. And then as well, depression, as well as like addictions, alcohol or marijuana.
The issue with ketamine is it's a dissociative, like it causes amnesia. And so it's a pain reliever, but not only is the person not processing something, they're checking out. And so I always move towards helping somebody learn the skill set to be able to resolve something, process something, work through something, rather than just checking out. When you just look at it like, oh, the behavior has stopped, It's in this particular case, and there's actually even therapeutic approaches in the holistic circles that they don't call it this, but and sometimes I don't think they're even aware of it, but they're causing dissociation. And I mean, it literally means you're not being like present. You're being driven by the lower nature, and you're just checking out from what it is. And so I think ketamine is helpful in some situations to treat pain syndromes, but I would say short term. But like something like this in treating addiction, you're just kind of trading one thing for another, and it doesn't really resolve it, it just moves it. And so in severe cases it might be necessary for a little bit, but yeah, I wouldn't go down that road personally.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, lady.
Sorry, Greg, I forgot to ask one more question. For the PTSD, is there a pH protocol for that?
They were kicking it around. I had written one, but I can try to dig mine up from somewhere, but PTSD is literally a brain fatigue syndrome. And so work on the brain, like delicate regeneration on the brain. I mean, there's other things that can be done, but that's a big piece of it is working the brain.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
I had like a 6 or 7 protocol thing to do for it, but that was so long ago. I don't know where it was at. And when I presented it with all the clinical information, it was disregarded. So I just didn't do anything with it.
Okay, thank you.
Recommendations for oils to add to my massage when working with clients going through cancer treatment. Through my local cancer resource center, I volunteer to provide comfort massage. Besides
yeah.
physical pain from ports and surgery, chemo, radiation, I see anxiety for the unknown stress from juggling the demands of treatment and whatever else is going on before the diagnosis. Are there a few oils for
Yeah.
inhalation, or I can put in the oil to add to additional support for whatever shows up on the table?
So I would say there's a handful of oils that would be like a bread and butter thing to do here. You could use either Palo Santo or chocolate root cleanser. That would just be a go-to one. Another one would be spikenard or that blend unwind. Either way, that would pretty solid. And then bay laurel. Yeah, bay laurel. I like bay laurel, not so much for the emotional component, although it does activate the crown chakra. It's very strengthening to the vital centers, and it helps to stimulate and fortify lymphatic function, which is really important for both going after the cancer and dealing with the effects of the chemo, not so much the radiation, but the chemo. Helichrysum could always be used, helps with trauma, helps with pain, relaxing to the body, and it's some added support for the liver. And so I would say, Palo Santo or chocolate root cleanser, and then spikenard, bay laurel, and then
You said unwind as well.
yeah, you could do unwind as well. Bay laurel and then helichrysum.
Yep.
Yeah.
And those she had mentioned both for like diffusing or putting in the oil, both ways.
Yeah,
or-
either way. You could put it on topically, you could diffuse it, you could have them inhale it. Kind of anything would go. You definitely could use it in your massages. Like any of those would work really well. If the person is really super anxious, Palo Santo would be helpful. If they're a little bit more in a traumatized state, the helichrysum would be helpful. If they're like worked up, or I mean, sometimes people get like despondent's not the right word, but it's in the vein of being despondent. The spikenard will help them from checking out. Like it will help reduce them from checking out and allow them to kind of engage the process and be a little bit like a participant. Like sometimes they get so freaked out they just like check out. Going back to the dissociation. They become more reactive and not like trying to engage the process. And sometimes I let them be in that state. Like honestly, if they are just really overwhelmed, I just kind of let it be and just try to support them as best they can, especially if they're going to have good surroundings, good people around them and stuff. But if they seem relatively despondent, like the spikenard is helpful.
And then this is the second part of it. Also tell me more about Moses blend and what's in it. I have had the experience of it melting away fascial tension when applied. It works well, especially with those who are experiencing body discomfort from emotional stress.
Yeah. So Moses is hyssop with four different kinds of cedar. Some of the different cedars have different qualities or properties to them, and the really fancy cedars have ability to help kind of shift or change perception. Hyssop is very cleansing, especially to the energy body and to the reactionary states that we can be in. That combination is very cleansing. It helps to undo like body memory or muscle memory. It's very cleansing to the aura, but specifically it's very cleansing to the basic chakra. And anytime you impact the basic chakra, you're affecting like muscle, fascia, blood, circulation, things like that. And so it's a great one to use for a massage, like a great one. With the cancer ones, you could kind of use it for that, but I would use that more like general massage oriented things. Chakra root cleanser also affects the basic chakra, all the chakras. It helps to release things from the unconscious. It is a lymphatic stimulant. So for the cancer situations, I like the chakra root cleanser a little bit better. But for overall like kind of tonic effect, cleaning up the basic chakra, like is a good general like body cleanser. Moses works really, really super well for that. Yeah. The reason that it's called Moses is the instructions were given by Moses to do purifications with the hyssop and the cedar. And so in the Old Testament and in the Jewish writings, they would use cedar from Lebanon. And there's not really a cedar from Lebanon. The closest thing to the cedar from Lebanon is Atlas cedar is the closest. But since then there's other cedars that have hit the market. And in that blend I use Atlas. I use there's a type of cedar that is called blood cedar, which comes out of Virginia, here in the US. And then I use Himalayan cedar, and then the really super fancy cedar comes out of Taiwan. I mean, it's intoxicating. And so it especially the Himalayan and even more so the Taiwan, it will literally help shift perceptions somewhat, like it'll shift you out of a state that you're in. And so, in a lot of traditions and ceremony, they'll burn like cedar or thuja to facilitate the ceremony, and it's to shift perceptions. And so that blend is in that vein.
Very nice. And then go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Donita.
Hi, Greg. Good to
Hey,
be
Mark.
here.
How's Sarasota?
Hot.
Mhm.
When are
Hey,
you
I
guys
think I
coming
heard
over?
that you're moving. Yeah, is that back on?
It is. It is. Actually, we've got the photos taken tomorrow, so it is actually happening. So when are you guys coming over?
Sarasota, we're not going to be there till January.
Oh, I might see you. When are you in Seattle then?
January.
January or early February. I haven't reached out to that person yet, but that's what we have it on the books for.
Okay, because that's where we're going. Well, not Seattle, but we're moving to Washington. But anyway, I was in class yesterday, I missed the part, but something you said, it just hit home. So I've been sitting with it, trying to figure it out in my body. So August was a very strange month for me because end of all, you know me, I do a lot of things. Well, I did, I'm like going head first, right?
Mhm.
And end of July, I kept getting this message to like, no, not sign on, just pull out of several courses I'm doing. It's just gonna pull out, not to sign for level 2 and something like this. Kept getting no, right? So I listened, except for one thing, and I noticed that my whole body got so irritated. And then I ended up getting COVID or flu, whatever that was, COVID, because it was just pretty brutal at the beginning of August. And it came out of nowhere. It hit hard. But what I noticed was, the body recovered pretty quick, the physical body. But it was like the emotional restart of some sort. And I couldn't do, it's just, there was irritation. There was a lot of feelings like the body, and something you said yesterday is like the body, I reach a state of bliss of something going deeper into my spiritual, evolution and whatnot, growth. And then suddenly I'm like, nah, I'm not doing it. Oh, I find other things to do, like sabotaging myself. And after getting sick is like distraction of this and that. Now we're moving, and it's just like, it's tiring. And I'm like, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
I don't know that I'd be so hard on yourself about the sabotage thing, because let me paint a little bit of a different perspective. Is like when you really start doing your spiritual practice, you're going inward, you're becoming more aware, you're becoming more sensitive. Wherever you're at, when you go inward, you go a little bit deeper, right? And in a way, it makes you kind of invulnerable and more vulnerable all at once. And the difficulty is that the world is unstable right now. And so there is part of you like, don't put your guard down, gotta be aware. And it might not be conscious, but I joke with this, but it's not really a joke, but the world's a little bit on fire right now and the ground is always changing. And, I think everything will be fine eventually, but it's not the way that it used to be, and things are moving and shifting around, and we don't know what the next week, the next month, the next few months, we don't know what's happening. It's just everything's in, I don't even want to say chaos or turmoil. It's just, it's in
Change.
process. In a way, it's the changing of an age. We were in the last phases of a certain age, and we're now starting to move towards a new age. And growing pains are real. Like they're shifting. I wouldn't say anything bad, but it's just if you look at the idea of yin and yang, things become very polarized before the opposite comes about. And so they talk about this a lot in Buddhism, like before a deeper state of awareness, there is the darkness or the dark night. And in the West we would say, before you had some great illumination, there was the dark night of the soul. I think we're going through that as a world right now. And so there's a little bit of like, you go a little bit deeper, you're more aware. I mean, you look around, there's things that make you sad, that make you uncomfortable, might make you feel a little bit, like, I don't want to use the word scared, but just uneasy. And so you know, and even if it's not you, it's the collective is feeling that, and we are very impacted by the collective as much as we think we're not. We are, and so you know, with all of that, the I mean, there's different ways of trying to manage that. You know, one, you could just use some Palo Santo on the body, a salt bath, body tonic. A thing that can be kind of interesting that helps you to be a little bit less reactive is sandalwood on the from the knee down, like behind the knee, the ankle, the feet. That could actually be quite helpful. It helps you to disengage being so driven by or connected with the lower nature, which is like trying to survive in the world, where you can like disengage the collective a little bit. Acacia would do that as well. Tuberose would do that as well. I say sandalwood just because it's the most practical cost-wise and everything, but any three of those would work. Same spots, you know, like yesterday when we did the part where we did the acacia on the back of the knee, the ankles, the soles of the feet. I mean, that's what that was kind of geared for, like just unwinding that. And it's a real thing, you know. It's hard not to look at the news and see what's going on in the world and not be a little bit sad, you know.
But can I thank you for this, but can I also add that it's different? You see, as I was sick, because it's luckily you guided me to make a sage body toner. So as I was with high fever and, you know, going through my, you know, sickness, whatever that was, I kept, you know, as you know, I applied that to my body twice a day religiously, every day. And when I finished it, I made myself just intuitively a chakra root body toner. And I've used it every day after shower, just to, you know, and that's helping. But what I'm saying is, like, it's interesting. I'm not reactive. I feel the things. It's almost like I've shifted. So it's like I don't take it personal. I can feel it all, but it's not, my body is not as, it doesn't get beat up like it used to be. Remember, every time, like the headaches and such, it's just shifted. And I'm kind of like, it's also, I'm observing myself how I'm excited about the new age coming through. And at the same time, I'm just in this limbo and I'm okay with it. But at the same time, I'm like, there is this, my spiritual practice, like the things, the way I was doing things, I'm changing, right? Something is shifting within me. So it's like the sabotage, when I was saying, is like the deep meditation. So like I'm doing a course and we're starting with meditation. So I just do not want to do it, be part of it. So I get up and I do other things. That's what I'm, you know, I'm full.
I would still lean back towards the sandalwood or the tuberose or the acacia. So some of that, like any time you're having a hard time with meditation, where you've had the practice before and you step away from it, that is usually a limbic issue. You know, that is tied to the intensity of emotions, the intensity of feelings, the intensity. And again, the issue is not always that it's your emotions, but it can just be intensity of emotions. And, you know, I would say we're all in limbo, not just you, what you're going through. Everybody's kind of in limbo right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, even when I'm consulting for a few businesses that I do, those are the same kinds of conversations we're having. Like, you know, this is what we do now, but in 3 weeks, let's reevaluate, because it's not like it used to be, right? And so to calm down the limbic, like the short form of calming something down like that is galbanum can help, but I would use myrrh. Like I would use myrrh internally. I would use probably 6-8 drops at a time.
Oh, wow. How many times a day and for how
1
long?
to 2 times a day. Yeah.
How many? Sorry.
1 to 2 times a day.
Okay. I
Yeah.
need to order a
If
big
you have
gallon.
some lotus, like if you have any of the lotuses or the vital centers, you can inhale that and apply a little bit of it to the heart. But those would be the things that I would stick to. Do that for about a week and then check back in and see how you're doing, where you're at.
Okay. What about saffron? I've been called recently to kind of
Oh, I love
inhale
saffron.
and take a drop, you know, just internally.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it for what you're talking about, but for
No.
like meditation and things, yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I felt the shift in my sessions with clients. I was like, oh man, I need help, I think.
Mhm.
So I reached to saffron.
Yeah, saffron's always good for that.
Okay. All right. So myrrh, and
Saffron's
that's
good for
it.
saffron's good for helping to facilitate healings when you're working with others.
So I guess listen to my intuition, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And beside myrrh, anything else for the body? Anything else to kind of ease into it?
I think calm down the limbic centers, like disengage a
Okay.
little bit, and do the things with the feet and the lower legs, and take the myrrh and see how that treats you.
All right. Well, thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
And I missed a question up here. Oh, I'm in day 7 or 8 of coughing 4 or 5 times of extreme coughing and no sleep. I've tried essential oils, honey and lime, eucalyptus and honey, neti pot before bed, pills and syrup the doctor prescribed me, dexamethasone shot. Sorry, I totally slaughtered that. Trying to sleep propped up, etc. But so far nothing is helping. I'm exhausted. I just desperately want to sleep. So open to suggestions, anyone. And this person's asking on behalf of somebody. So I don't know. If you have to
Were
ask more
they,
questions.
yeah, like were they sick, or they just had coughing happen no matter without anything happening? They have an anxiety.
Oh, yeah, I sure can. Just like let me get, yeah. I'm gonna see about, you should be able to, there you go, perfect. There's a, yeah, go ahead, let's try it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Barely.
I'll put it up here too.
Hey,
Oh.
hey.
This is better?
You got a bit of an echo, but we'll try to do our best.
She's my professor.
Wait, hold on.
Let me just type in.
I think she said she's just gonna type in.
If she has two.
If she has 2 devices on,
Okay, it's
Yeah,
not, it's,
yeah.
we know. Okay, so we'll just do it through this. This is good. So she might be under just some stress with work and family. I don't know the exact specifics.
Mm. Yeah. We just think maybe there's stress, or there is a lot of stress. Is there anxiety? Do we know any of that?
She does get anxious when things don't go her way.
And it sounds like things are not going her way right now.
I don't know the specifics
Yeah.
again.
I mean, it's hard to treat because there are so many different kinds of coughs. That she's not reacting to any of the treatments that are for normal coughs makes me suspect that there's something else going on. Normally with all the kind of treatment that she's talking about, the coughs would diminish, but I would start to look at, is there anxiety? Is there, conflict with somebody around her, things like this. One of the places you can maybe start is use some Palo Santo to help clean up the energy body from just stuff that's going on. And if there is a conflict with somebody, that could reduce anxiety, clean things up. And, it's not for coughs, but it would help to reduce that and help clean up the energy body. And then I would use rue, and not applied to the skin, just inhaled. And for a couple of things, if there is a conflict with somebody around her, two things. There could be energetic cords that are hitting the solar plexus that would cause a lot of coughing. And it would make sense why she's not responding to normal treatments. The rue would help to disconnect those cords. And the rue also helps with conflict resolution. Like, it helps a person like resolve the conflict, whatever it is. And so given that she's already had so much treatment, I would hesitate to go down the route of like normal treatments for coughs. Like, it's something abnormal happening. And so I would look at like, okay, what is the other particular factors that might be in play here. And so I would actually kind of start in that route, in that realm. Yeah.
Will it help with her sleep issue? It seems that that's her priority right now.
Again, going back to the anxiety, if there is anxiety, it's the anxiety that's not allowing her to sleep. And so just targeting just like the symptom of no sleep, you have to stand back and look at what's going on with the person. Again, I go back to, is there anxiety? Is there a conflict with somebody? I mean, a lot of times when you're having a hard time sleeping, you're trying to resolve something, or something's unresolved, trying to settle something. I mean, sometimes it's just is what it is. I mean, insomnia can just happen, but I would still stick with those two. Another one that I would put in the repertoire would be, or another two you could say, would be marjoram, to help pull out of fight flight, calm the system down. And marjoram does have a bit of a transmuting effect when there's some issues going on. And then the other part would be, and so a lot of inhalations with that. And then the other one would be spikenard, and inhale, but also apply that a lot to the feet. It would reduce a stress response. It would calm the body. I don't want to throw too many things at you, but spikenard on the arms and legs as a whole could also help transmute any emotions that's going on. So that could be helpful as well.
And then for the application for Palo Santo and rue,
Inhale the rue, inhale the Palo Santo. Palo Santo, she could dab on the solar plexus. Like, she could take a salt bath in it, rub it on the solar plexus, and the little thumb roots or webs. You could put it on the thumb webs. She could go a little nuts with the Palo Santo. Yeah. That's probably, if it's what I suspect, that will probably bring her some decent relief, like relatively quickly.
how about a salt bath with Palo Santo?
Yeah, sure, that would be great. Yeah, about 15 drops maybe.
Thank you. I had a sudden event pop up. I won't be able to be in class in person. Can any of the oils listed be used for a dog? My dog has deformed TMJ joint, and it's causing his jaw to dislocate from time to time. I was told that it's an issue we will always have to deal with, Right now, my goal is to reduce inflammation in the bone and area. For humans, from your booklet, it states to do like inhalations. And I was wondering if I could take a roller ball for my pup, roll it on his jaw. And then you have in your pain syndrome, making a reference like cedar, pine, rosemary, Arthur care. But what would you suggest for a dog?
How old's the dog, by the way?
They didn't state. This is literally, they were trying to ask because they couldn't be in class right
Oh,
now.
okay. I would probably do basil and a little bit of alcohol rubbed up and down the whole spine. It's very calming, it's very soothing, it will reduce the stress. A lot of times the temporal mandibular joint is a byproduct of things going on in other parts of the body. It's a very adaptive joint. And so unwinding the spine is always important in treating TMJ. You know, that the jaw is out of place or pops out of place. You know, there could be a ligament that's stretched. It could be, you know, that that area is twisted a little bit. Either way, it would reduce the stress and reduce some of the tension that could contribute to that. And so that's where I would go with it right off the bat. You know, a few drops, I mean, depending on the size of the dog, a few drops of basil and a little bit of alcohol, rub it together, and then just rub against the fur, like up the spine, you know.
Great Q&A, guys. I
Yeah.
think that,
And then somebody was asking about the
yes,
next week. Or...
yes, someone's asked about next week at lunch, but Donita's hands up really quick.
Okay.
Go ahead, Donita.
Hi, Greg. Just since I'm asking questions and I'm here, can I ask? And that's kind of bizarre. My husband, so you've known he's on and off. He's doing much better. But the interesting thing is, he wakes up a lot, continues to wake up a lot, and is generating a lot of heat during the night. You know, especially the last. There are some nights where it's like he's cooking, like he's roasting from within. Keeps him up. So
is it sweaty?
Sweaty?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think so. He's not here right now.
Like
I woke up as well a few times when I'm like completely like drenched.
he's drenched or you're drenched?
He's drenched, but it happened to me as well.
Do sage topically and a couple drops of sandalwood internally.
Before going to bed, or it's like every day?
Yeah, definitely before going to bed, but I would do it daily regardless.
Okay.
The sage should slow down the sweating, and the sandalwood will diminish the heat. You know, it's probably more than you think he's just stressed with like the move and stuff, or
I don't know if he's stressed about the move. I mean, he's excited. He's not excited about all the packing and stuff, but he's stressed. I mean, there is a lot of stuff that's, you know, he's been going, his HRV is low as well, you know, and he's been going, he hasn't been sleeping well ever. He wakes up every few hours. He's got a broken back from, you know, 30 years ago, you know, childhood trauma and a lot of stuff. So
he like falls asleep, but he doesn't stay asleep for very long.
Yeah.
And
he falls asleep.
Is he on any medications?
No.
Okay, drop the sandalwood and instead give him a couple of drops of St. John's wort right before bed.
You know, okay.
Still do the sage topically, but
Okay. And for how long?
So several weeks. Yeah. The sandalwood would diminish heat, but here, like St. John's wort, like if you're falling asleep but can't stay awake, St. John's wort helps with that.
Okay. And that will probably help with the heat as well, right? eventually?
I mean, it's a blood purifier. It helps to release emotion. If there's a lot of emotion, like revolving around the move and all that stuff, it will help with that. But it does help stay in the deeper levels of sleep for longer periods of time. The sage helps to reduce the heat as well. I mean, you could give them the sandalwood as well. You can maybe give him the sandalwood in the morning, but one of the things, like in the Kundalini practice, they'll different Kundalini practices, they'll have the person rinse their head with cold water sometimes. That can be helpful as well, but I find that like the sandalwood helps to diminish heat, and it's a little bit of a diuretic. It helps to flush some of the fluid out and has a toning effect on the kidneys and the pelvis, you know, like the urinary tract and things like that. And it's part of like how it cools everything down. You know, you could still use lovage or celery or parsley, something like that, juniper, but I find sandalwood actually works the best for that. So maybe try all three of those things. You know,
Wonderful.
topically sage, morning sandalwood, evening St. John's wort.
Like, cool. I like that. I might do that too for myself.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, sandalwood
Thank you.
internally is nice.
I know. I take everything. Thank you.
And how did you say to use the sage topically and the spikenard internally, or sandalwood internally? Sorry.
Yeah, a couple sandalwood, a couple drops in water. The St. John's wort, a couple drops in water, 2-3 drops, and then the sage is a body tonic, or you could do it as a lotion, but body tonic is usually the easiest. You know, it dries up real quick.
And then more questions to even more and more keep coming in. Is
Okay.
that okay?
Yeah,
Or-
sure.
Okay, go ahead, Mimi.
Hey, Mimi.
Hi, I don't know if this is a question that can be answered.
Mhm.
Helped by essential oils, but I think I was in a car accident a while ago, and I didn't think anything was wrong with me, and my body has been turning, I guess, and now I've noticed the last time I went,
Turning meaning rotating?
yeah, like it's
Okay.
turning to the right,
Yeah.
and particularly I think the right side of me is turning more. I
Mm-hmm.
don't really know, except that when I went to see the dentist, we talked about getting Invisalign again, because I've noticed, even looking at my jaw, I think my whole face, you can kind of see.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaking me out a little.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's an emotional component to this.
It's just a byproduct of a whiplash. You know, like we were just talking about with the dog, the jaw, you know, the TMJ, the temporomandibular joint. I always feel weird saying TMJ joint because J is joint. So that joint is highly adaptive. Like if you're just sitting there, like feel your jaw, like feel where it's at. And now just rotate your shoulder up like 3 or 4 inches. You feel how that changed your jaw?
Yeah.
That's what's happening to your jaw. Like in some of the, like you're saying, your face is changing. It's very common in whiplash, like our neck injuries that are you know, car related or, you know, roller coaster related, whatever, falls. And so those rotations are very real. You know, the injuries cause inflammation in some areas, and your muscles work with like they balance each other. Some things work together and some things work like they oppose each other. And if you take tension away, it throws the thing that is opposing it into like a spasm. So like if you have a bunch of inflammation here, then, you know, on the backside, you're going to have a bunch of contraction, and then eventually it starts to manifest as a little bit of a rotation, right? How long ago was the accident?
I mean, it's a long time ago now. I want to say more than 5 years, and I
Yeah.
didn't think anything was wrong. And then
Yeah.
2 or 3 years after that, I was doing a bunch of yoga, and then I did. This is when I realized it was an issue. I did a bunch of yoga. I was doing yoga. I did 2 sessions, full sessions of yoga, and then my arm started to go numb.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, I did more yoga. And then because I slept in my neck, I did something weird to my neck because it was pulling. I think I was trying to right my body. And then 2 days after that, my legs started to go numb, and I had an issue with my fifth and sixth vertebrae in my neck, and it was pushing on my spinal column. Anyways, it's a whole long thing, but
Yeah.
even now, it's still my spine and my facial structure, my jaw,
Sure.
it's still turning, and I don't know what to do.
So I have another question for you before we get on. So like if you're standing in front of the mirror, like in the bathroom, and you look at yourself, is one of your shoulders like way down?
No, I don't notice either that. I don't notice it. I don't notice that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's good. So couple of things like I mean, we could get really involved, but let's just start you off and then like kind of walk you through it over the next several weeks. So the thing that you want to do is, for one, we want to correct any sort of like muscle imbalances that are happening. And it's 5 years out, so you're not having to worry about the inflammation from the initial injury or something. But most people, when they have a whiplash, they don't really realize it until 5-10 years out. Like you don't really realize the damage because it's soft tissue, and it just keeps settling in. So at first you go, I feel okay. But some things got injured, some areas didn't, some things go in contraction, some things, like lose tone. And so we want to start easing the body to that. And so you have you can use like spikenard, valerian, or vetiver, like topically, and like it needs to be done daily. You could put it on in a lotion, you could put it on in a body tonic, or you could take really strong baths with it. You could throw a little Epsom salt or regular salt in there, but like you just got to get it all over your body. Right. Especially the neck, shoulders, like low back, into the hips, up into the base of the skull, over the tops of the shoulders. If you do that on a regular basis, it does start to correct some of the muscle imbalances, like things that are contracted start to relax. Because what happens is, as something contracts, like let's use your legs. Like if the back of your leg is super contracted, it becomes hard for the front of your leg to gain tone because it's not strong enough to override the backside of the leg. So it just kind of, like, in a way, shuts down, right? So you could have pain in the front of your leg and you treat it on the front of your leg all day long, but the issue is the back of the leg is in contraction. So the treatment would be, you treat the back of the leg, unwind some of that tension that allows the front side to get strength, and it starts to balance out. Well, here you have things where it's like kind of zigzagging through your body. The great thing about spikenard, valerian, vetiver is you can apply it, and you don't need to be really super specific on, like, I need to put it there, but not here. You just slather it on, right? Slather it on, and it will actually start to unwind some of these issues, right? It starts to relax some of the contracted muscles. It's strengthening and toning to the muscles that are lacking tone, and helps to create some tone there, right? And for undoing some of the muscle memory from the accident, you could use the hyssop, or you could use the Moses blend, and you can just inhale it. That will work just by itself, just inhaling it. But if you have areas of particular tension, or where you really feel like there's a rotation happening, you can unwind, inhaling it in that area, right? And so that can be quite helpful. If possible, with whiplash type situations, I always like to put some of the vetiver or spikenard really up along the base of the skull, and follow along the outer part of the skull, and then around the ears, like come all the way out to the jaws. So start in the middle and the back, work your way around, and then up and over, right? It unwinds a thing called the nuchal ligament, which is a big plane of fascia that is on the neck, base of the skull, down into your upper shoulders. And it allows things like, as it opens up, it allows for muscles to relax, The fascia wraps around the muscles and causes it to contract and doesn't allow things to function properly.
Okay.
And then the last thing in this particular case is apply marjoram to the spine. You know, like if you can have somebody put it on your whole spine, do that. If not, just, put some in your hand and rub it to all the spots of your spine that you can hit. As far down, whatever, take some to the yoga class and have somebody like, do you mind? And then just have them put it in between your shoulder blades. That's usually the spot you can't get, is between the shoulder blades. And so that will relax. That combined with a hyssop will relax the spinal muscles. The issue is that in a car accident, your diaphragm also goes into a spasm. And so the hyssop will unwind the diaphragm somewhat. And anytime the diaphragm tightens up, it tightens up your spinal muscles. And if there's injuries, it starts to cause the rotations, right? And so by going through, like, you can have somebody, we did this like many years ago. I had people stand and I hung like a plumb bob, from the ceiling, and I'd have people stand like forward and then look at like how aligned or misaligned they were. And then when I'd have them turn to the side, and you could see like how off the line they were, they were like forward, and then they go to the other side, and then the other side was maybe forward or back, meaning that there was rotations. And I wouldn't even have them direct it to parts of their body. They would just start inhaling the hyssop, and all of a sudden you could see them standing a little straighter, and then the rotations would start to unwind. Now, just because you do it once doesn't mean it happens, but it's unwinding the diaphragm, the neck, it's unwinding the spinal muscles, and you're undoing some of that muscle memory. And so if you do this on a daily basis over a period of time, without even trying to manipulate muscle, you can actually unwind some of the rotations. And so the reason that the fascia is changing is your jaw and the bones in your head are adjusting to what's happening down below it. And so what happens is your head's always trying to maintain, horizontal, your eyes being horizontal. And so as your body shifts and twists, your head keeps adjusting. And what happens is the bones will start to shift a little bit to compensate. And so you'll notice, like, if you stick your fingers in your ears, like the ears will be a little off, or they'll be a little rotated. And it's just a reflection of what's going on in the body. So you unwind the body, and sometimes the head will follow. And if not, a little bit of therapy can unwind the things going on in the head. But start with that for a while.
That's awesome, because I noticed even when I danced for a lifetime and I skated, so I can stand on one leg with my up in the air forever. But if I'm just standing somewhere, you could literally push me over. There's no balance. I mean, it's crazy. So
I have two more questions for you.
yeah.
Has your blood pressure changed at all?
Well, so I've always had really low blood pressure, so much so that my acupuncturist, she has tried to give me herbs, which I, for whatever reason, don't like to take, but it's really low most of the time. And she's trying to get it up to, 'cause in Chinese herbalism, they don't like to see your blood pressure low.
Right.
They like to see this heart stronger.
Right.
So it's low.
The hyssop should help that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's the hyssop is a stimulant to the medulla oblongata.
Okay.
And it won't necessarily raise blood pressure, but when there's presence of low blood pressure, the medulla has to do with like circulation and respiratory function, things like this, heart function. So when there is low blood pressure, you would use hyssop to stimulate and elevate not create high blood pressure, but when the blood pressure is low, you use something that stimulates the medulla to raise the blood pressure.
And you
And
mean
so-
inhalation?
Yeah, just inhalation. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, if you want, you can put several drops on your wrist on a daily basis, but we're wanting to unwind the tissue. And so you could do both, but definitely inhalation. If
okay.
you want to augment and put a few drops on the wrist daily, go for it. Yeah, like I'm thinking-
Intuitively, I got that in my class yesterday, my class kid
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah, perfect.
That's awesome. Okay, so just to recap, I'm going to use either spikenard, vetiver, valerian daily, topically, all over on lotion, all over my body, either in a lotion or just topically with alcohol in a bath. And then I'm going to take spikenard or velveter and put it up over the base of my spine and up and over my ears. And I'm going to inhale hyssop or Moses blend to undo the memory muscle of the
Mhm.
accident or whatever. And then I'm also going to take marjoram up and down my spine.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And then, so one more question.
Yeah.
How's your digestion?
Terrible. I was waiting for you to get to this part of your talk, but it's been terrible since I've been a little girl. I've never been
Did it
regular.
get worse after the accident? Did it get
No,
worse?
no. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's always been terrible. I mean, not to be too sherry, but I've never been regular. And I just don't process, I think, emotions well. It's just a defense mechanism from childhood. I don't process life.
Diarrhea, not to get super personal, but diarrhea.
No, the opposite. Go the opposite way.
Just constipation.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I would call that a stress-plagued digestive tract. And so you can use tarragon, you can use rosemary. I would probably use that ANS blend internally on a daily basis.
Okay.
Tarragon by itself, you could do that instead if you'd like. You don't need to do both. I do one or the other. But very, very common, usually 2 to 3 years after a whiplash for there to be digestive upset.
I mean,
just something thrown off, and that you already had it. Maybe it was just already there and it exaggerated it, or it doesn't always happen, but it's something that we'll always, like when somebody has a whiplash, we always go through and check blood pressure, digestion, migraines, and jaw issues. Those
How
are
do I-
always.
Okay. Sorry.
No, fire away.
Oh, how do I take the ANS? Just out of curiosity.
Couple drops in water and drink it. Yeah.
2 drops in water?
Yep.
Once a day, twice a day?
Once a day is good, but twice a day would be better.
2
Yeah.
times a day? Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a day that I'm not bloated. I mean, I'm lucky I'm fairly petite. So there's always
Right.
never, I mean, it just is not, yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into that a little bit more as you start to unwind stuff. Like, it's like what we were saying earlier is there's more that can be done, but like these things are the really important things that need to be put in place. And then after that, you start like, I always kind of joke, it's like cleaning up the crime scene. Yeah, you go through and start mopping everything up, right? And the crime being the whiplash. Like it's just you have this and it's a kind of a violation to the body, and you have to go through and get things kind of functioning proper, and then you can go through and start correcting some of the smaller things. And so at some point you could go through a little bit more depth and treat the digestive components. I mean, you could do it all at once, but you already have so much that you're putting in motion that, like, mop that part up. And then the second phase, like after everything starts feeling better, because you're not gonna have to do this forever, you're just gonna have to do it for a little while, right? You just need to stop think of like the whiplash is that through something in momentum in your body where it's just bouncing back and forth, and it's just going to keep going until it stops. And it's like a kind of agitation, and we're going through and we're stopping the agitation and then trying to unwind the effects of that agitation. And then once that starts to unwind, then you can go in deeper and go, okay, what's going on? And so, back in the day, we would look at the misalignments and then associate it with psychological issues, like if a person's feeling anxious, are they feeling sad, are they feeling abandoned, are they feeling whatever, because all these can be just forms of agitation. you know, they're they can have a big physiological component to it. And then the misalignments can throw off endocrine function, digestive function, brain function, you know, how you cognitively process things. And so aligning the body, you know, if it's like slight misalignments, that's one thing. But like when you said, when you start to notice your face starting to shift and change, something needs to be slowed down there. You know, it's not life threatening, but it's going to affect quality of life. And so you just need to calm that down so that the other things can be treated and react to treatment more quickly.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
so,
so welcome. Keep me posted on that, because that's,
well,
you know, I did a thing with an ER doc that was doing a study for UC San Francisco. And so for like 2 years, that's all I worked on was whiplash patients, like probably 6,000 cases, something like that. It was some ridiculous amount of cases.
I
And
mean,
so,
I just never knew whiplash could affect you years later. I mean, literally it's probably more than 7 years. It's probably like closer to 8 or 9 or a year, but years is when I realized there was an issue.
yeah, super common, by the way, super
Okay.
common. You know, I was dealing with people that were coming out of the ER and, you know, maybe was only 3 or 4 months out. But when we started doing the study, we kind of put it out that I was treating whiplash, and you know, I was going back and forth with his physician on how to treat, and we started having people coming in where it was 20 years later, 25 years later. I mean, it was like, you know, and sometimes people wouldn't even know that it was because of whiplash, but they would have all the markers for the whiplash. And so what we did is we put out, do you have these markers? And they would come in, and we didn't even say anything about whiplash. We just said, do you have these markers? If so, come in for treatment. And so they come in, and I'd go, so when was the accident? And they'd go, well, what does that have to do with anything? I was like, but there was an accident, right? And they'd go, yeah. And like every one of them had had an accident, or it wasn't always a car accident. It was like they fell off, you know, like a roof, or we had several cases that were from roller coasters, you know, like the
Crazy.
head banging all the different directions. And yeah.
I mean, I never had pain from that accident, not even a little. So that's why it was really.
Yeah, that's also not common, because if you think about the mechanism for whiplash is like, so you get bumped from whatever direction, you know, your head does a little like this, and what happens is the neck tightens up to protect your neck, because it is a vital part of your body. If your neck is injured, it's potentially life-threatening. So your body tightens up to splint that joint. And then if the neck is injured, it keeps you from hurting it more. If there's bleeding, it reduces the bleeding, you know, and so after 48 hours, it's not necessary anymore. But your body goes into that mode, and then it never shuts off. And so that tightening around the neck, just like dropping a pebble into water where there's just ripples, it just starts rippling through the body. And it doesn't happen quick. It happens over a few weeks, and then a month, and then 3 months, and then 6 months, and then a year, and then 2 years, and then 5 years, and then 10 years. And it just keeps the rippling happening. And so, you know, it's great that you didn't have pain, but the issue was still there. You know, and then the thing too is with the way that insurance companies look at it, you know, because there's no pain, usually it's looked at as that there's not a problem. And so a lot of times people wouldn't get therapy because, like, I didn't have pain, I didn't have an injury. You had an injury, you just didn't have like pain related to it, but that rippling was still happening. And so a lot of times insurance companies wouldn't pay for any therapy because there was no pain or, you know, related to it. And so it's one of those things where even when you would, you know, because we were trying to also educate, like it wasn't just the medical community, but it was tied to, it was back in the day when they were making a big deal out of seat belts. Like, that's how long ago it was.
Mm.
And we were trying to educate the community on the nature of whiplash. And even when it was not coming from me, coming from a doctor, there was people who were like, you know, it's just about money. It's just they're trying to fill their pocket. There's just, you know, everybody was blowing it off because there wasn't pain. It wasn't this, it wasn't that. You know, people didn't see that there was as big of an issue as it was. But if you looked at the data from 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out, it affected quality of life much farther down the line. Harder to prove, but it's still very relevant.
I didn't believe in chiropractics at all at the
Yeah.
time. And so I never saw anybody. And had I known, I probably could have just seen a chiropractor for a couple of times and been fine, but I will never not do that again.
Yeah, chiropractor, but you also needed some soft tissue stuff. Like the chiropractor would have done some of it, and then, you know,
Maybe a craniosacral person.
craniosacral, somebody, neuromuscular therapist, physical therapist, something, you know, just to go through and a regimen to reduce inflammation and things like that. The thing that I used to use right after if somebody came to me like within a couple of months of having the accident, is we'd put them on digestive enzymes in between their meals rather than with their meals.
Mhm.
And it would act like ibuprofen, you know, it would reduce inflammation, but it would also strengthen digestive activity, because a big component of the injury is the neck tightens, but also the gut tightens. And so we would try to prevent both the inflammation and the muscle imbalances, but also try to prevent the potential for digestive upset and digestive dysfunction. And so we'd start treating it before it was there. And that was the big stumbling block in treating it. Was a lot of times you were kind of reverse engineering it. Like at 20 years, this is the problems that we saw with the data. So let's start treating it before it's happening so that it doesn't happen, right? Or it happens very minimally. And basically we got told, yeah, no, you know, no.
Oh my God.
And so, you know, coming from a physician, I mean, she was a very well-known physician at the time. They were not having it. Nobody was having it.
Well, I believe if anybody who gets in a car accident, they need work done, even if they
Yeah,
think they're
immediately and for a little while.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
my car was technically totaled, but I was fine. Like not a scratch, didn't hurt
Right.
anyone. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully everybody will understand that better someday.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Let's go to the one at lunch here first. Find it. Can you just talk more about next weekend's class? Can you?
Oh, yeah. So next, for the ones that did like a little bit of yesterday, it's very similar to that, different but similar, but it's very calming and soothing. We are targeting things that have to do with the mental body and the ability for the mind to take in information, shift, change perceptions, and be a bit more focused is not the right word, but like more cognitive, like able to process things better. But it's like almost like from a calmer state, a more like mentally soothed state. So it's a very soft, calming approach to be able to process information, cognitively process, overcome obstacles, deal with life's difficulties, and also transmute things emotionally and mentally. It's very soothing. The ability to shift and change perceptions is like I would call the highlight. And if you think about like an ever-changing world, our perceptions are changing constantly. How things were is not how they are now, and not how they're going to be in 6 months. And so it's like literally cultivating like a sharp mind, but a flexible mind, you know, and to be able to adjust and adapt to the ever-changing world or difficulties in life or new information coming in, including spiritual information, the ability to kind of shift and change that and stay calm and peaceful and just kind of go with the flow. That's it in a nutshell. Increasing the ability to overcome obstacles, to deal with difficulties. Yeah.
Nice. So we still do have some in chat. Do we need to take a break or are you good to keep going?
I'm good to keep going. What is it, 3? Yeah. At some point, we'll still cover some of the things that are in the class. But like, if people are still wanting questions, we can just keep going.
Okay. And go ahead, Cindy.
Hey,
Yeah.
when I jump on the trampoline, my calves hurt, like a lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
It's enough to make me stop. So would marjoram be the best
Are
thing?
you getting cramps at all or anything? Or
Yeah, occasionally I have cramps, but not on the trampoline. Usually,
yeah, like
it's-
in bed or like,
yeah, at night.
And are you taking magnesium at all?
I'm not right now. I'm
Let's
taking
take some magnesium, and marjoram would help reduce the cramping, but like also let's reduce some of the pain for you. Like do marjoram. And are your teeth clenching at all?
Oh, yeah, I'm still, from the COVID, the jaws are still clenching at night. And I am using the vetiver, base of skull and jaws and temples. And actually, I started using it all over.
Okay. And is it helping or no?
Yes, it is helping. And I sleep really deep and it's a little bit hard to wake up, actually.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, that's a good problem. I mean, it shows you're getting really good deep sleep. I mean, that's why I say it's a good problem. So, maybe instead of magnesium, let's have you go to Golden Temple, and in the back they have that set of herbs that's from that funky company that has all those old school herbs. Get wood betony.
Okay.
Yeah, I know they used to carry it there. I don't know if they still do. If they don't, just go on Amazon and get it, but get it in capsules and take like 2 or 3 capsules every day. You can take a bigger dosage of that, because with magnesium, after about 400 or 500 milligrams, you have the potential for a loose bowel movement. You can take a lot of wood betony and not have that issue. So start with 2 or 3 capsules and that should help resolve it. Plus it's got like manganese in it. It's got some of the other things good for muscle issues. And then are you aware, is there any circulatory issues, cardiovascular issues that you're aware of?
I think so. It's, I get really tired easily and out of breath. I'm dealing with
And this is post-COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I wasn't, I'm sorry.
I was talking to Smith. It's the same thing that Troy was saying. I've started treating some people like that with like things that are circulatory tonics rather than a respiratory tonic. And it seems to be diminishing it. And so what we've been using is a combination of bitter orange, lemon, and petitgrain. And the combination is like a circulatory tonic. It kind of thins the blood a little bit. Lemon helps to regulate mineral deficiencies. It kind of targets a bunch of things all at once. And, it's not going to be an overnight thing, but I think with a few weeks of treatment, you're taking it internal. But with a few weeks of treatment, the shortness of breath should dissipate. And I would think even the cramping would dissipate and all those things. Still would take the wood betony, still would use the marjoram or something on the calves. But in some cases, always I'm concerned about with calf tenderness. You're jumping on a trampoline, so I'm not that concerned. but with calf tenderness, like a cardiovascular type issue. And I would usually have the person use coenzyme Q10 or ubiquinol, just to improve like cellular energy and heart function and things like that. But yours is probably more muscular. And so I think between the circulatory tonic, the marjoram, and all that, it should resolve itself.
Okay, for,
Samantha's going to send you something. We'll send you a private message and give you a little bit of something specific for you on that.
okay, so for the bitter orange, lemon, and petitgrain, is how many drops is it together? You take
Yeah,
it-
that's what Samantha's going to send you privately.
Okay, okay.
We'll-
Okay. All right, and then I had a couple other things. So I'm dropping things like a lot, and I don't drop things. Like that's not normal for me.
That again, probably Ming Men being overactivated.
Okay.
Yeah. You're putting vetiver everywhere. Is that helping?
It is helping. It seems a little bit slow, but it's helping. And I also got spikenard to alternate, but should I alternate or just get, I got the ointment.
No, you could alternate. Yeah, you could alternate. Hold on for just a sec.
Just one sec.
Okay, so go ahead, fire away.
Okay, so earlier you talked about with Tracy's friend doing a tithe and decreeing the good karma to go to that person.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's been a long time since I've done that, and I was thinking I wanted to do that maybe for my son,
Sure.
Keith. So, would you remind me how to do that? I know part of it is I hereby will and agree the good karma generated by this tithe go toward Keith or whatever.
And then dissipate, for whatever the situation is.
Okay, and is there a prayer before that, or you just
No.
say that?
Just that, you could open it up with doing a little bit of an invocation, but when I teach people like that in the corporate world, we don't even do the invocation. We just have them decree it.
Okay.
Yeah. For Keith though, maybe towards something different. Do you mind saying what's going on, or?
I don't mind. He still is struggling with addiction, and his whole life is around that. And he's just pretty much homeless a lot. And right now, the last I heard, he's in jail.
For that, somewhere like Mercy Corps or Doctors Without Borders for catastrophe relief.
Catastrophe.
Yeah.
Okay, what about if I do it for Michael? Glad I only have 3. You know what's going on with Michael, right?
I don't know, but I know Michael, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that organization that does the thing about political oppression? You remember? It's like Peter Gabriel's associated with it.
I will have to look it up.
Amnesty Now or Amnesty International or something like that. I want to say it's like Amnesty International.
I mean, that is a thing. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, donate to Amnesty International.
Amnesty?
International.
I'll
Yeah.
type it out.
I'm sorry.
She said she'll type it out for you, but it's Amnesty International.
Okay. And then I only have one more for Aubrey. Aubrey and I aren't speaking right now, and we haven't for probably a year or more, maybe 2 years. And I know that she's struggling with alcoholism. But she's high functioning.
Yeah. For her, I'm saying this not because of what's going on in this lifetime, but previous things to do with orphans.
Orphans.
Yeah. It's not about this lifetime.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Has nothing to do with you and her. It's what she came from.
She blames me.
Yeah. She would have blamed any mom.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
And just let me get real quick. Okay, so a follow-up with Donita. Her husband said he doesn't sweat during the nights. It's more the inner cooking of his body.
I would still do the sage. I mean, the sage is good for sweating, but he does have some heat. Could be overstimulation of the sensory nerves. Try the sage first. I mean, we could switch over and try sandalwood, but I would shoot for sage first. We could do sandalwood as a body tonic as well, but let's see what sage does. And if sage doesn't start calming it down pretty quickly with what we put in motion, then we'll switch over to sandalwood.
I was wondering which cedar to buy when the booklet shows cedar.
Any of them will work. Atlas being the most common. For the common cedars, also like the blood cedar. Do we call it blood cedar or Virginia on the site?
I have blood cedar.
Blood cedar. Yeah, blood cedar. I really like the smell of the blood cedar. They call it blood cedar because the oil is red. It comes out of like a redwood kind of tree, so it's red. Fancy cedars are the Japanese, the Himalayan, and Taiwanese. The Taiwanese is super fancy, but any of the cedars will work.
Oh, it was Virginia, apparently.
Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, okay.
Which oil is best to help with tinnitus? It may be Kundalini related. I have not been meditating much and still pretty high stress trying to be.
Yeah, so the issue with tinnitus is you're hearing it in the ears, but it's actually a set of receptors and things firing off in the brain. I think I've talked about this before, that I think it was back in the 50s that they started doing this treatment that when people would have really bad ringing in the ears, it was so bad it was driving them nuts that they would surgically go in and sever the nerves to the ears, thinking that okay, I'd rather be deaf than have this ringing in the ears. And what happened was they lost their hearing, but the ringing didn't stop. like they could still hear the ringing. And what you're hearing is like a misfiring of the receptor sites. And so things like sage, vetiver can be helpful. I usually use sage. What was the other one? I want to say like chamomiles or milfoil would use, but usually my first go-to one is sage. Like inhale it and put several drops on the skin, inhale it. And then when you're inhaling it, keep putting your awareness on the brain until, do it a couple of times a day until it resolves. Yeah.
What oils support the bladder?
Supported in what way?
Let me see. I think they're still in. Let me check. Yeah. I'll get back if and when they answer. I forgot that someone asked what hyssop when you were talking to the lady about the whiplash with the accident.
Any of the hyssops, not blended hyssop, so not Solomon's, but any of the hyssops will work. Yeah.
I've been spraying sage on every night. Can I use vetiver and hyssop as well nightly? If so, what
For-
order should I spray them on?
For what?
So I think he wants to address specifically you, so you can unmute yourself or you can type in. Just as a remembering, they had an accident. They had fallen, I believe it was the person who had fallen off the horse. So I think they're kind of wondering if that sage would also help them. You have, but I'll let them ask. Done. Let me just type in really quick. So your healer suggested the sage after the and you're wondering, okay. And you're wondering about doing the vetiver as well. Okay. So,
I'm sorry.
but just let us know what you're trying to address.
Yeah.
Old injuries and lack of working muscles.
Old injuries, lack of working muscles. And this is something I had you do or somebody else had you do?
Okay, give me 1 second. Um, I've been through many different accidents, head, lower body.
And so tell me some of the symptoms.
My right hamstring is hung up.
Yeah, with stuff like that, let's go ahead and have you go. I mean, you can still use the sage, but let's have you work in vetiver quite substantially. It will act as a kind of a muscle relaxing aspect, and also will help correct any sort of muscle imbalances. The thing too with the hamstring being hung up, one of the first things that I would put on that is usually like some marjoram, just to help unwind some of the tension. But sometimes you need to go a little bit deeper with something like that. And there is a formula called pain relief antispasmodic that is a little bit heavy on the wintergreen. And wintergreen is a bit of a pain reliever, but one of the things that it also is good for is it's good for unwinding long-standing like spasms and tensions in particular areas. And so with something like that, you know, you could apply that to the area like in a lotion or an ointment, a body tonic, you know, even if you had the bottle, put like 8, 10, 12 drops in with a little bit of lotion and then rub it on the back of that hamstring. You know, even if it's that the pelvis is a little bit out of alignment, you know, by going through and unwinding some of the muscles, a lot of times the pelvis can actually align itself. And so if you have a tight hamstring there, like, boy, like go into that hamstring a little bit with something that will really unwind it. The sage will help re-educate the nerve and help things to function better. The vetiver will relax the muscle and help to correct muscle imbalances. But like when you have like injuries like that, you're wanting to unwind some of the knots or the injury sites. You know, one of the things that I would ask would be if a moderate amount of activity, or, you know, you get a little tired, does it tighten up or go into contraction? Because then you'd want to switch over to like basals and pedigrens, things like this, because that is a form of like spasmophilia. Hamstrings, it's usually a little bit more the marjoram and the wintergreens and things like that, but there's always the potential for something different to be there. So, you know, shoot for that. Yeah.
And they did say they do weekly chiropractor
Oh,
appointments as
good.
well.
Yeah, very good.
Can we mix the sage, vetiver, marjoram all in one spray bottle?
It would do different things. Like, so I would actually apply them each independently. Like if you put them together, they won't do the same thing. So as soon as you mix things together, they become a different substance. And then it might not even be in the same realm of what we're talking about.
Can it be in a lotion?
Yeah.
All right, and the person, the bladder one,
Mhm.
urination is irregular. And he
Like
said
too heavy or too little?
it's to do, well. Let's see, because they're asking on behalf of somebody, see if they know that. It's low.
Use like lovage, parsley, celery, something of that nature. I would go lovage leaf. 2 to 3 drops internally, 1 to 2 times a day.
St. John's wort with medications.
I would probably not use St. John's wort with medication just because it's a really good blood purifier and it will drain some of the medication out of your body. So it decreases the effectiveness of the medication. So if you are using medication, I wouldn't use St. John's wort.
Also Peter Gabriel's human rights violation is violations.org.
Oh, there you go.
So
like,
both probably
yeah,
work
yeah.
better. Violations.org.
Have Cindy do the human rights, what is it? Human rights,
Yeah, it says violations.org.
just violations.org.
Yeah, that's what, but I'll Google it. They didn't send me a link, so
Okay.
I'll fact check this for
We'll
you.
get that for Cindy.
What class did we work where we did the limbic system? It was in the past few months. Was it the 4 directions?
Limbic system was the I am presence, and then vital centers. And vital centers is coming up again in October. We're gonna revisit that class in October.
Okay. Vaginal dryness.
Shazandra, 2 to 3 drops of Shazandra taking daily. Sometimes it can be augmented with also including anise or anise, however you say it. Again, 1 to 2 drops daily.
Great questions, guys. Sorry, I just don't want to miss anything here. What's the best method for treating recurring warts and skin tags?
Thuja placed on the sites. The skin tags, like if you apply Thuja to it daily or even a couple of times a day, within a week or two, sometimes it takes a little longer, they'll dry up and fall off. And then the site for the warts, if you apply the Thuja there, it will keep diminishing and then eventually dissipate. And the thing with the warts is, you know, it is a virus, and so sometimes it can be recurring. So even after the wart dissipates, I would still apply Thuja to that area. And then sometimes I have people use something really gentle like lemon internally, you know, 4 or 5 drops a day to help diminish the potential for that virus to become more active. But yeah, Thuja is your go-to one on that. For both of those, actually.
Great, again, great questions, guys. I apologize if I missed any of them. Please type them in again or unmute yourself. I think this is a good time to take a quick break.
Yeah, we're going to take a break. We'll come back at, let's see, 35. We'll come back at 10 till, so we'll take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll jump into digestive function and respiratory function. So.
Right.
Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So I hope you had a good Q&A sessions. You know, we can always do more on Tuesdays, and you know, we're trying to make this happen quite often. So you know, at least every 6 weeks, but if not, like maybe once a month or something like that. And just as a heads up, you know, usually we do a couple classes at the beginning of December, and then we kind of lay low until the middle of January. And this year we're going to do a series of like just kind of maybe 1 day or half day things through all the weekends of the holidays, just do like a deep dive on like a particular oil or two, or do more of these condition classes, you know, and so they'll be recorded. You don't have to be present there, but towards the end of the year, we're going to do a whole bunch of more just kind of free, anything goes kinds of events through the holidays. So with that, let's go to the top of page 75 in your digital booklet. And again, we're in conditions and therapeutic strategies. So here we're talking about layered approaches. You know, the front part of the book is more of these oils work for these conditions, but sometimes just doing that might not be enough, or might be more chronic, or might be more complicated. And so we like to lay out what we call like a layered approach. And so this could be something that's done in succession, or different components put together at the same time, you know, like one topical, one internal, one inhaled, you know, this kind of thing. And so this is what we call a layered approach. Sometimes later we'll be talking about rotational approaches where you do something for a couple of weeks and then you rotate to another thing for a couple of weeks and then, you know, or for a few days at a time. But here we're trying to do these all kind of close together. And so right off the bat, I'd like to address advanced strategies for digestive function. So this is kind of a broad approach that addresses a lot of digestive dysfunction. And whenever you are looking at digestive dysfunction, it could be diarrhea, it could be constipation, it could be irregular bowel movements, be difficulty with digesting food, it could be food sensitivities, you know, gluten sensitivities, things like this, bloating, like just all kinds of things. So a lot of times this is tied to what you would call autonomic function. And it's basically how well the nerves are innervating the digestive tract. And the best way that I can describe it is sometimes these nerves don't fire or function quite like they should. Like they kind of go to sleep, like how you might have like numbness in a hand, or like if you sit on your foot for a long period of time, it just kind of goes to sleep. It not only goes to sleep, but if you try to stand on that foot that's asleep, it's hard to move it. It's hard for it to function because the nerve's not firing to it. The same thing happens to your gut. Now, the other things are the lymphatic system can be, the lymph nodes can be really impacted in the gut and basically make the gut kind of toxic. And then there could be like insufficient amount of enzymes, and enzymes are just cause like these biochemical reactions in the body. So basically things aren't responding or reacting like quite like they should. And then a really big one is just a gut that is been under prolonged periods of stress. You know, it could be, you know, stress from work, stress in the body, could be pain, could be an injury, could be, you know, difficulty in a relationship. It could manifest in all kinds of ways. I mean, a good example of this where you feel fine, but somebody's always upset at you, your gut is always tensing up to try to protect itself, right? Because it is a weakness in the body. Like if it gets compromised, it can be, you know, potentially life-threatening. And so it doesn't know that that person's not coming at you with a sword or a knife or a whatever. It just feels the conflict, right? So your throat and your gut tighten up anytime there's aggression toward you, right? It's just a natural body response. And so digestion can be thrown off, just like in the throat, it can throw off respiration. And so these two things like kind of go hand in hand. And so I thought, let's kind of do a little bit of a deep dive on this. And this isn't a cure-all for everything, but it's a good place to start for treatment, and we'll kind of talk it out. Okay. So right off the bat, we're starting with rosemary. And I really like to use rosemary verbenin for gut issues, but any, like the regular rosemary will work, but verbenin's a little bit better. So for one, rosemary verbenin helps with sluggish metabolism. You know, even in the case where you have maybe overeaten, like, you know, you go out with friends and it's a holiday or whatever, and you eat a little bit too much food with a little too much fat, or, you know, you're eating a bunch of wine and cheese and then you eat a bunch of food and the belly feels really, where you don't feel good. Rosemary taken internally will really help to stimulate digestion, even in cases like this. So really sluggish digestion can be improved with simple ingestion of some rosemary, just a couple of drops, right? And so the thing with this is it can help reduce gas, it can reduce a little bit of bloating. It is useful in treating things like cholesterol. Basically, it stimulates like proper liver function. So anything that's like liver related, you can always use some rosemary for that. You know, it will stimulate the proper functioning, proper function of the liver. Even in the treatment of cholesterol, high cholesterol, rosemary verbenin coupled with cypress will very effectively, usually, lower cholesterol. Rosemary is also very good for like balancing the body. When you have like a bunch of things going on, you're not quite sure what's going on. Rosemary helps to kind of balance and tone the body so that root causes are like easier to figure out and to treat. And so rosemary could be very good for this. And as far as the digestive tract, it even helps to stimulate even cell regeneration. And so even if there's tissues that have been compromised, rosemary is very good for increasing circulation, you could say. Let's see what else I have in there. Brain fatigue. This is liver function. So it also stimulates metabolic processes. Okay, so a big one is this combined with anise and tarragon is very good for helping to reestablish proper nerve function in the gut. And it's one of the things that is used to rehab a stress-plagued digestive tract. So if you have any sort of food allergy, food sensitivity, gluten sensitivity, irregular, bowels, anything like that, if you just had to pick out one oil to work, I'd probably do ANS or tarragon by itself. But usually a multifaceted approach is a bit more helpful. Rosemary should make the cut. It's very strengthening, it's very fortifying. It stimulates the metabolic processes and metabolism. It stimulates the liver function. It helps to undo the effects of stress in the digestive tract. When the digestive tract is malfunctioning, sometimes it will also affect brain function and just cognitive abilities, like your brain will be a little foggy. That could be poor lymphatic movement. It could also be poor gut function. The rosemary helps increase circulation to the brain. It helps undo some of the stuffiness in the sinuses and the nose to make sure you're getting a lot of oxygen to the brain, but it helps to regulate the gut. And so I think that covers. Energetically, it also helps to open up the health rays. And so your health rays are tied to your ability to absorb life force and expel out the old stagnant energy. Not normal physiology, but energetic anatomy physiology. Okay, so now let's jump to Palmarosa. Palmarosa is especially good for one, it's antimicrobial. So any sort of potential infectious organisms in the gut, it can be helpful for. The big thing is it helps to reestablish like healthy flora in the gut. Like it basically helps it helps improve good bacteria in the gut, and it helps to diminish the bad bacteria in the gut. And so, boy, Palmarosa can be amazing for digestive issues. And, people that have had used this for a period of time, several of them have reported that even after using it, like the scent of their body, especially their underarms and their feet, actually changes. It's not as, I'm using their words, not as stinky, like it doesn't smell as bad, like they can perspire and not go, ugh, and so, chlorophyll will have that effect as well, but the change in the flora actually can help that substantially. And so another one for this is it is a very good preventative, like it's a very good like kind of body tonic, keeps the body strong. It helps normalize and balance the body, and it helps prevent potential health issues, just by improving function, you could say. It can be used in the treatment of candida. Rosemary could be as well, but palmarosa probably a little bit better at it. You know, there's several things that could be used for candida, but palmarosa can definitely help in that arena. It is an immune stimulant, and the thing that I like about it is it's an immune stimulant that can be used by people who even have autoimmune issues. When you use really strong immune stimulants with somebody who has a very like chronic or severe autoimmune issue, if you stimulate the immune system, it just strengthens the body attacking itself. Here, palmarosa can be used in little doses over a period of time, you know, consistently, like maybe 3 or 4 times in a day. And you can strengthen the immune system while not agitating it to attack the body. It is used in cases of chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, Epstein-Barr, Lyme's disease, things like this, as not a cure, but one of the things that you could go through and treat. You know, a lot of times in cases like that, you use things like thyme and some other things, but definitely helpful in that. Palmarosa is also very good for the skin. Skin health can be a reflection of digestive issues, can be a reflection of respiratory issues. It can also be a reflection of lymphatic function. And palmarosa helps both the skin and the digestive tract. Respiratory tract, but definitely is good for lymphatic function as well. Incredibly good for the skin. One thing that I really like about it too, it's a very gentle way to deal with nervous exhaustion. And exhaustion heavily impacts the gut, right? Heavily impacts the gut. Then we have tarragon. Boy, if you could come up with just one thing where you said, oh, like, oh, if I could just have one single oil to treat the gut, what would it be? You know, there would be a handful, but tarragon would probably win. Really super good for a stress-plagued digestive tract. When the digestive tract is really out of whack because of stress, you know, inhaling it is good, drops internally is good. It relaxes the diaphragm. It helps to normalize digestive function. Where else was I going with that? It just helps like the whole environment of the gut. Letty, if you're still there, I made a typo. Here it says can help elevate the effects of stress. It's supposed to be eliminate. My apologies. We don't want to use things that elevate the effects of stress. But think about it like this. It like a digestive tract that has gone through the ringer. Tarragon helps to revitalize it. Like you could say it helps to regenerate it or recondition the digestive tract to like proper function. Have used it for antispasmodic in the gut. Have even used it in cases of things like colitis and things like that. Not so much for the bleeding or the inflammation, but just the spasms themselves. Any sort of gastric spasms, it can be very good for. I've actually used it in the treatment of hepatitis. And it did help to reduce some of the symptoms. You know, I needed to use other things. The only one that I found that it didn't have an impact on was hepatitis C, but A and B it definitely did. It does have some anti-allergic properties to it for, again, if there's food allergies and things like this, very good to use in treatment for that. Yeah, it's balancing to the autonomic nervous system. Like I can't remember if I said that or not, but with that, you're trying to balance out so that you're not in sympathetic state too much. But sometimes people might be in the parasympathetic parasympathetic state too much, which is too much rest to repair, inability to have normal activity. And the Tergon would help to balance out the two. And so,
Is that internal?
yeah, I mean, you could use it in inhalation, but internal would be best. I mean, you're treating the digestive tract. It's best internal. You might be able to get away with it by applying it topically, but internal would be best. The one to apply topically is the next one, which is digestive calm. It's very relaxing and soothing to the smooth muscle, which is your whole digestive tract, and the tissue around it, the connective tissue that holds everything in place. And then it also will help to relax the diaphragm a little bit, helps to relax the hip flexors, which are the front part of your spine, your low back, but the front part of your spine. So it's just behind the internal organs. Very good for even reducing some anxiety, just because like some of the anxiety comes from an overly tense, smooth muscle. Like, you know, you don't feel the tension there, but it can happen. And so, yeah, I think that's enough for that one. And then last but not least is the ANS support. And basically it helps stimulate the proper nerve function in the gut. And it is literally a combination of rosemary, tarragon, and anise, or anise, however you want to say it. But it's to help fortify nerve function in the digestive tract. And so, you know, I said with tarragon, if you're using a single oil, that would be the one. But if you were using like just blend single oil, you had digestive issues, the ANS support would be the go-to thing. Because again, a lot of times when the nerve's not functioning, it manifests as like allergies, food sensitivities, poor lymphatic function, you know, just high stress levels. Digestive, improves nutritional function of the gut. Yeah, I think that covers it. So with that, let's go ahead and open up to any questions and gut-related issues.
And you can unmute yourself. You can type in your questions. Digestive calm, is there a good time, like a better time to apply it? Or like,
Yeah, you could apply it at any time, but usually at the end of the day is best, because it is kind of calming and soothing. Use it to just get a good night's sleep. I actually use it in some people for treating low back pain, you know, to relax the hip flexors, you know, because the psoas, which is your hip flexor, will cause the pain that runs up and down the spine. Like the low back area, when you have like pain that runs up and down, that's hip flexor. It will also radiate down the front of the leg, and a little bit of the inner part of the leg can be that as well. When it's side to side, it's actually more of the stomach muscles. Even that, the digestive calm will help that, because there's a lot of oils in there that are anaspasmodic, and so it can be helpful for that. If you're having severe issues, you could use it multiple times a day, but if you're just using it to unwind something, you do it towards the end of the day and just like crash out.
and go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Good afternoon. I'm looking at all these and say I could use all of these for a variety of symptoms, shall I say.
Yeah.
Is it better to do each one individually, or do the ANS support and supplement with the Palmarosa?
I you know, like with a layered approach, like if you're really going after the digestive tract, I would rotate them through, even if it's not in the same day, like say over 2 or 3 days, I'd rotate through all of it, you know, because they're all kind of doing different pieces. And even when you put the rosemary and the tarragon together, they are doing some slightly different things. And the reason to keep them apart, like the rosemary, you really want it to focus on the liver, but once you put it in a support, it's more digestive oriented and not as much like liver oriented.
Okay.
And so there is a good, like if you're trying to like treat it and just be like, you could do ANS support and palmarosa and be pretty solid. But if you're really trying to problem solve or really do like a therapy session on the gut, like even if you don't have a lot of gut issues, it might be good to do from time to time. You know, you do this for a couple of weeks, just like you would get a massage or something, but you're doing it for your gut, and then you forget about it. But if you're trying to troubleshoot a problem, you know, do this, and then like after a couple of weeks, then you can address whatever problem is still like standing out.
Okay. Some of the one issue that stands out the most for me, my gut's been my weakest area in general.
It's a lot of people's weak spot, by the way.
Right. And I have this, I'll call it an allergy to shellfish.
Yep.
And I have digestive symptoms for about 2 weeks after I eat it. And I'm not trying to go back to eating it, but I want to reduce the effects in case I come in contact, because it's always possible when you go to a restaurant to have some cross-contamination.
So the effects are gas, bloating, diarrhea. What's your effect?
Diarrhea and constipation, both, bloating, vomiting. It depends on how much I consume.
You even get vomiting.
Yeah. The first couple times before I noticed what the issue was, and I was fine with shrimp before then, but that was 40 years ago. So for 40 years, I've basically been avoiding shrimp and shellfish.
I mean, I would probably go a little bit heavy on the tarragon.
Okay.
And I would actually even maybe add into this mix, like go back and forth between tarragon and maybe marjoram. And the reason is that the marjoram you could probably get away with inhaling, but like serious inhalation, like 15, 20, 25, just long, slow, deep breaths. And I suspect that could be a little bit of when that happens, there's a little bit of like tone, like your vagus nerve is lacking a little bit of tone. And by regular use of the marjoram, it will really help tone that, so that even if you have a reaction, it doesn't go to the nausea and the vomiting and the diarrhea quite as easily. Because when you see nausea and vomiting together, like even if there's a reason, it's still, there's something associated with the vagus nerve or the vagal tone. And so there's that. Then if we step back even from that, like I would do that for a while, right? But then I would look at when you're not in that crisis, or you know, all those things have been resolved, I would look at treating the gut with a little bit of you could do it together or you could rotate them, but cinnamon leaf and then clove. And, you know, just like a drop or two in water on a daily basis, probably in the morning, but especially the cinnamon will really stimulate the digestive processes, the metabolic processes, and strengthen the gut. And it's actually one of the best things to treat diarrhea, like when it's happening. And so like even in the middle of the diarrhea, you could take a couple drops of cinnamon and water and drink it. And it could actually knock that out quite easily, even if it's because of, you know, here we're talking allergies, but even if it was because of, you know, some sort of microbe or, you know, some infection or something like that, the cinnamon is actually quite good. Cinnamon is, you know, you could step back and you go, there's a lot of oils that maybe are not utilized as much as they could be. You definitely could put cinnamon in that role. Like it is so good for digestion and the digestive tract and digestive related issues that I remember there was this medical aromatherapist that said made some comment. It's one of the old timers, and they said the old timer medical aromatherapists, just to be clear, were almost always physicians, and they said if people really realized the benefits of cinnamon and how well it treats the digestive tract, you wouldn't be able to get cinnamon. Like everybody would buy it up and hoard it because it's so good for your gut. And so, the issue that I would say is that it is hot and it's not always well tolerated. And it is sensitizing to the lips. So be sure to put it in lots of water or juice, something. But, and I wouldn't take it at night. I would take it in the morning just because it gives you energy. And it's not like a stimulant, like if you drink a bunch of caffeine, but like a lot of times when you go to sleep at night, you're going to sleep because you're tired, but you're not exhausted, but you're fatigued. And so it becomes easier to fall asleep. If your body is strong, like, from time to time, I like to use really super fancy, super strong ginseng. I don't do it often, but I like to use it from time to time just to give vitality to the body. The difficulty is that when I take a dosage, I usually don't sleep for 2 or 3 days because my body feels so good that I just lay there and go, yeah, it's sleep time. I should probably sleep, but and it's not like I'm thinking about anything. My body feels so good and strong. Like I don't feel like I even need to sleep. That's not good. there are a lot of processes that happen when you sleep. And so I don't do it often, well, plus two, it's super expensive. So I do it for, and cinnamon can be in that realm a little bit. Like you feel so good, like you lay down, you're like, yeah, I kind of got this.
So you mentioned that cinnamon leaf can be warming. I tend to run hot, and even my acupuncturist.
It's warm when you take it. Like it's
okay.
Like my experience is it doesn't really, like even when I've been running hot and I take it, I don't feel hotter.
Okay, good.
If that is the case, offset it by taking a little bit of sandalwood, like at the end of the day.
Okay.
Sandalwood will cool things down.
Wonderful. I'm gonna come up with a routine and do it for a few weeks and see what happens.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi, Greg. A question about cinnamon. Can you inhale it and have the same, I guess, reaction or than you would if you took it internally?
In theory, I would say probably. Like if it's if you're having diarrhea, I would take it internal. But like if you're just trying to improve digestive function, you might be able to get away with it, inhaling it, and just from time to time, like maybe once or twice a week, take it internal. But anytime you're inhaling something, you are getting the molecules into the lung tissue that eventually circulates through the body. So you are getting there. But when you take it internally, it's a little bit of a stronger dose, specifically to the digestive tract. And so with that, you could try inhaling for a big part of the time, but maybe once or twice a week do cinnamon.
Okay.
Like for me, I'll do cinnamon like maybe once, not even that much. Like I'll do it like once every 2 or 3 weeks or something. And it's just like as a tonic, good digestive health or something. But that's about all I do. I don't use cinnamon like intensely, and part of it is like things that are very stimulating to the body, like cinnamon or peppermint. People don't always tolerate. I'm one of those people where I always like kind of go to things that are kind of calming or soothing to my body. Stimulating will give me like insomnia, like nobody's business. Like I usually run the opposite. Like I need to be like less stimulated, like more calmed and soothed. I mean, like, you know, like for me, like you guys have heard me talk about like in my youth, I was very dyslexic. Now I'm not too dyslexic, but in my youth, I was very, very dyslexic. And dyslexia is like super agitated. Like, you know, certain parts of your nervous system are super agitated. And if I take a lot of cinnamon over a period of time, I can go into that agitated state. Like the cinnamon doesn't do it, but it's like, it doesn't take much to push me into it. You know, and then I start like flipping all my words and constantly going in the wrong direction. And, you know, it's all those kinds of things. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
And go ahead, Ralph, then Peggy.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, I like cinnamon in my coffee in the morning. I just put a drop in. Is that something?
Are you related to Samantha?
We drink it. Wait, we drink out of the same coffee house.
Yeah. That is Samantha's go-to thing.
Okay, so cinnamon in coffee in the morning.
I have to share a funny thing. So one time when we were traveling, it wasn't cinnamon oil, but Samantha goes, you know, we stopped off somewhere and got coffee at an airport, and she goes, "Oh, I have my travel cinnamon." You know, so in your mind, it's probably like this little container. It was the big Costco size cinnamon. Like, I go, "That's your travel one?" And she looked at me like, yeah, my travel one. Okay. Gotcha.
So cinnamon drops in coffee. Is it okay to do it 7 days a week, or should I just?
Yeah.
Eat it?
No, that's great. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, cinnamon's really super good. It's very strengthening and toning to the body. It's a lot of things. Very few people have like the issue that I have where you don't tolerate it very well.
Yeah.
I mean, I still use it, but like if I use it every day, I'll start getting insomnia. So
Yeah, okay.
insomnia is usually, I think, is your indicator.
And tell Sam to, when she puts her cinnamon in her coffee, pour a shot of mezcal in with the coffee. That's what the locals do down here.
Really?
Excellent way to start my day. I love
Right.
it. You guys will have some real good emails coming to you.
Then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Miss Peggy.
Yeah, me too. I took 6 drops of the cinnamon oil in my leaf oil. I used to use the bark, but now I use the leaf because I couldn't get the bark. But I do it every morning, and I have dyslexia with numbers and letters as well. And so I'm thinking maybe I'm, you said it was okay to do it every day.
Do you get insomnia a lot?
No, I sleep like a baby. That's not a
Yeah, I
problem.
wouldn't worry about it. Insomnia would be your first indicator.
Oh.
So if you're not having insomnia, then don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I usually am asleep by 6 or 7 in the evening, but I take it at 5 in the morning. It wakes me up, helps me study our stuff. So, okay, I'm glad to hear it. And I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who does cinnamon in their coffee. Yay. Yeah. That's great class. Thank you. I'm loving it. And thank you for the people who are helping me, because my little thing only went to page 73 and da. So you guys are wonderful. Thanks everybody for helping me. I greatly appreciate it. Great class.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Barbara.
Hey there. This is a question for an elderly woman whose status post gallbladder out a few years ago. Had trouble with bowel regulation for a while. They put her on cholesterol, which regulated things for a while, but now she has one day where she's going to the bathroom like once a month, a day where just liquid stool.
Oh.
And then it's
she's
fine.
only having one. What's that?
No, she goes all day long, liquid stool, but it's just one day every few weeks.
And did they have her change her diet after they took the gallbladder out, or didn't have the discussion?
A little bit. She was okay for a while. This was like a year and a half out that she started having this. It's maybe been the past, it's my mom, several, like 8 or 9 months.
Mhm.
I talked a little bit about marjoram and vagal tone, and she thought, yeah, that probably was part of the picture for her, but I think that's a hard thing for her to be regular with. I was wondering about the cinnamon, but she also struggles with insomnia a little bit. So maybe you have other
So
thoughts.
she has liquid stools.
Yeah, she said it's liquid for a full day, and then she'll be fine for several weeks, and then she has another day, and she can't trace it to any food that she eats.
No, it's the lack of a gallbladder. Yeah.
And she's
Okay. Let me think about this for a sec.
Thank you.
Honestly, I would probably put her on ginger.
Okay.
Like a couple of drops a day.
Routinely?
Yeah, like pretty routinely. You know, the thing is, when they take the gallbladder out, they don't always educate that the diet needs to change a little bit, but you know, some docs think it's not important, some think it's super important. You know, I would say that the reason she probably can't put like a reason to why it's happening is that for whatever reason there starts to be a bunch of inflammation in the system, like in the gut, and then that is the effect.
Okay.
I would have her take ginger, and I would actually also have her take basil, like the two, not necessarily together.
Okay.
Like, you know, one in the morning, one in the night or something. But I think between the two of them, it should knock that out. I mean, if not, we can always adjust. I mean, cinnamon could be a thing, but the thing with the how has her cognitive abilities been since she had the gallbladder out? Has her memory gone or cognitive
No,
functions gone down?
it's fine, although very recently I noticed a subtle change, but I think that's related to stress and worry about some other family members.
Okay.
There's big time emotional
Okay.
stress going on for her.
Like there is a big, so let's, instead of basil, let's have you do tarragon. So ginger and tarragon, like a couple of drops in water, one in the morning, one in the evening.
Do you recommend one at one time and one at the other?
I would, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, but I like the idea of the tarragon in the evening just because it'll probably help her sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
She could inhale the tarragon all day long if she wants.
okay. Thank you.
That would be super helpful as well. Like it would help to reduce the stress and the difficulty, like you said, with some family members, like the worrying. It's not so much for worry itself, but it's just the emotional turmoil of everything going on. That can be very hard on the gut. And it might not be food that she's eating, but it might be that something going on with the family is the trigger. And,
Okay.
you know, so then she gets a little bit more worried and then that happens. You know, I knew this one person, like you could almost tell she would get really bad diarrhea, and she was always eating the same foods. There was nothing different. And so when she would get the diarrhea, you'd go, okay, is there something stressful going on? And it was always something stressful. And it was not body related. It was always a person, a situation, family, whatever, and boom, the diarrhea would happen. And so marjoram is helpful for that, but like here, I think the tarragon could be very, very helpful. So
Thank
I would
you.
still do inhalations with the marjoram, but rotate it with tarragon, and then a little bit of tarragon at night internal and a little bit of ginger in the morning.
Oh, we're gonna have a fun next visit. Thank you. Cinnamon on the days that she's having one of these days, could she take a couple drops, or would you not go with the cinnamon?
Yeah, if she can handle that, yeah.
A couple drops in morning coffee
A couple of drops in just some part during the day. Yeah.
or in some liquid? Okay. Thank you so very much.
You're so.
And then go ahead, Lindsay.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, this is such a fabulous class. Thank you so much. So
good.
This is dissipated recently, but my internal ears itch so much sometimes to the point where, I mean, I aggravate them and I can tell I've like hurt them. And I also have some, so it's got to be some kind of a histamine. And I've been wondering,
that sounds like allergy-ish relating.
Connection to something with digestion of food. I'll also get, it seems to correspond sometimes. Like this morning, I woke up in my right arm, like I could have itched it off. So I'm wondering, like, I probably do need to figure out.
How often does the skin itch?
I mean, kind of every day. Like, I'll just, like right now, it's like itches here, but a lot like on my forearms. And I'll keep itching, and I'm like, oh my God, I just broke some skin. And
yeah.
And
and is there any rash or anything, or just the skin itches?
Yeah, I would say, back in 2009, 10, I cleaned up my diet and I detoxified so fast, my body reacted in like histamine. So I'd like it itch, right? That was a long time ago. And so I'm wondering if there is I must have something going on with, I think, a food or a protein. Perhaps it's milk or it's gluten, because I really don't, I'm kind of a human garbage disposal. I love to eat and I eat all the things, but it's not always there. And it has gotten a little bit better, but yeah. And then my ears will get
just to be clear, there's no anxiety when it's happening. You just itch.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's any anxiety. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, I'd say a couple of things. For when the skin's itching, like especially when anxiety is not present, one of the best things is just a good old fashioned lavender. Like if you do lavender baths or lotion, it's one of the best things for that, like the chronic like itchies.
Yes. Yeah.
You could augment it still with lavender, but you can add Roman chamomile if it feels like the lavender is still not knocking it out. But lavender by itself will usually knock it out. And if you do it kind of preventatively, like over a period of time, at some point you just kind of break the cycle of it, and it will a lot of times just stop. But you know, sometimes it's a few weeks, sometimes it's a few months, like sometimes it can take a while. And so, you know, you can make a lotion or something and just rub it on daily, or, you know, put a few drops, like, you know, you can just have a lavender bottle, just do it neat. Like your forearm starts itching, just drop some drops on there and just rub it on, and, you know, give it a couple minutes, and it usually will start to soothe it right in that moment. The ears, is the nose stuffy at all?
Nope. But I would say once a year, one of them will clog up, and I'll do the good old warm water, and I'll
Right.
clean out with some, and it's kind of, it's almost like a clump. This is so gross. It's like it's almost like a mushroom. It's like a substance. It's so bizarre. It's not waxy. It's like, I don't know if it's almost like my skin is shedding inside. It's so bizarre. I know it's a little TMI, but
Like, oh no, it's
like
I hear all kinds
squishy,
of stuff.
like a spongy material. It's bizarre.
So what color is it?
Kind of a gray, moving into a brown, but it's like spongy. It's like kind of it's like crinkled up. Yeah.
And you never got anything in your ear or anything? You
No.
never like lost a Q-tip or something?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
No. I really try not to put anything in there, because I was told a long time ago by, you know, my speech and language training, don't you dare do that.
Right. And no sinus issues at all?
Nope. I know, it's bizarre.
It is a little odd, but it does sound allergy related.
Yeah.
So like, you know, there's oils, like if I was to say, like you could use a little bit of oil, rosemary, verbena, like 2-3 drops, take it internally, maybe daily for a little bit would probably do it. But I'd also go the route of using quercetin, which is something you get like, like three capsules, like 2 or 3 times a day for like a week or two, and then you could taper down. But I would take some decent dosages of that for a little bit and then taper down to it.
Okay.
So like maybe eventually working down to 3 capsules a day. But you can definitely do it easily twice a day, but at first maybe even 3 times a day if your body's tolerating it.
For a week or so?
Yeah, for like a week to 2 weeks. And then after that, like taper down. But it would calm down any sort of allergic thing, and it also helps to stabilize tissue where inflammation is in play.
Yeah.
Any sort of like issues with the ear canal, usually like pain can be like things in the neck, but like you're talking
I do have a neck issue.
Yeah. But like the substance in the ear is like throwing me off a little bit. Like
I
know. Boy, that sounds like more allergy. So let's have you also treat the neck as well.
Okay.
Just for whatever.
Yeah.
Just prevention or whatever. So inhaling the like hyssop or larch can be very good for relaxing the sternocleidomastoid and some of the deeper neck muscles, and then also the diaphragm. Is your breath like short and rapid, or is it like you have any issues with your breath at all? No. Okay.
No,
and no skeletal muscle issues like with the shoulder, especially in the front.
Well, I'm a
wrist?
pitcher, so I throw, right? So
okay.
That's with my right arm, which my neck I know is the stabilization of the right side, because it's usually my left side. And someone just asked about ear candling. I did do that. I did do ear candling, and I think I did it too much. Thank you for that suggestion.
Let's have you inhale hyssop and then marjoram on the neck. like all the way around. Like I was leaning towards something else, but I'm thinking that just marjoram would probably do it. You
Okay.
could put it in a little massage oil. You could actually, if your skin can tolerate it, you could even do it neat. Just put several drops in and then just kind of
Okay.
rub it on the area.
Okay.
Let's have you treat that like that for a few weeks and see how that treats you.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank
You,
you
you
so much.
know, like sometimes when like, because neck muscles can cause like pain in the ears, especially the sternocleidomastoid, those two little rope muscles that come on each side. And we a lot of times I'll treat the neck muscle that will usually alleviate it. But for a little while, we even were doing a thing where I'd have somebody like soak a Q-tip with the oil and just at the opening, not going in deep, but just
Right.
at the opening, kind of swab in that area. It helped a little bit. Like I don't know that it helped a lot, but like it makes me want to revisit that a little bit in this situation where maybe like a little bit of marjoram on the Q-tip and just swab the opening of the ear.
Okay.
Again, don't go very deep in the
Oh,
canal.
right.
Just kind of swab it and see if that helps. You
Okay.
know, the other thing is like I'd have them do that and then gently like pull, like do traction on the ear and pull it out like this just to kind of do a bit of a release where like you can kind of grab it to where you can feel the ear canal kind of like pull a little bit, not fast, just real slow and like stretch it out a little bit.
Okay.
It might help, it might not. You know, I know there's a chiropractic maneuver where they pop it really fast. That never looked pleasant to me. Like I always like the slower version of it.
Yeah.
But it might help, but that it's producing that sounds allergy related.
Yeah. That's what I
The
think it is too.
quercetin should help knock that out.
So
In
interesting.
theory,
Yeah.
in theory.
Okay.
I have
Great.
seen pictures of what you're talking about. I've
Yeah,
never seen it in person, but I have seen pictures of where they've pulled stuff out of the ear like that.
It's like, what? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like something foreign. Like
That's, I'm like, there's some kind of an alien in my ear, like a life
yeah.
form in
Well,
my ear.
like, so I think allergy, and then sometimes you know, because even the doc that pulled it out, like, I don't know if they even said what it was, but it made me wonder, like, is it like a potential like fungal thing in the body, or like, you know, like some sort of overgrowth or something. And you know, when I did a deep dive on it, that was never mentioned, but it's so odd looking that it always makes me think like, is that fungal? Or, you know, because we have
Yes,
all kinds of funguses.
that's exactly what
Yeah.
because it reminded me of like, you know, like a mushroom that was kind of flattened and
Yeah, exactly. And so like if you're looking at like you know something that's antifungal and very gentle, you know, kind of like the cinnamon's antifungal, the clove is antifungal, palmarosa, you know, which we were talking about, would help to regulate digestion, help with skin, all kinds of things, but it is also very antifungal. Like it's one of the first oils that was studied scientifically with modern day science as like a potential for antifungal properties. And it showed like internal, topical, or diffused in the air, it has antifungal properties where it reduces the growth. And so, you know, with that, I would say internal. Like you could rub it on the skin, but there I would say that's more systemic. And you could try taking that. So I'm not sure where to have you go with all that. I mean, I'd probably try first like the allergies.
Yeah.
And then if that didn't respond, I'd maybe go fungal. Like see if that helps somewhat.
Okay. Awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
And keep me posted. Like I'm super curious about that. Like I
Okay.
wonder
I
if
will.
any of that calms it down. I'd be super, you know, even if it's just the itching, because that would be an indicator.
And I do want to say I have different thing than her, but when I get my itchy ear thing and I just like, if I do helichrysum just on the inner part there, very superficially,
knocks
the
out the itching?
helichrysum gets out my itchy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mine's stress related though.
Thank you, Sam.
So
Well, that's something I'm going to pay attention to. So, because that could be, I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. Like, you know, the body has so many things that it's just a reflection of something, and it's not always the same causes. And so, you know, that's the thing that, like, I used to tell people is, you know, when you're treating something, it's half treatment and half like evaluation. You just start dancing with it and going, okay, what if I do this? What if I do that? And then as you start to get like a result, then you can kind of go, oh, it's fungal, or oh, it's allergies. Like, you know, it's kind of the way that you do it is you just start treating stuff, trying to make things better, and then you can kind of tell what it is, and then you can go down that rabbit hole. You're gonna, that's probably what you're gonna have to do here is just start treating some things and then seeing like, oh, what is this?
Well, I'm definitely going to do the cinnamon in my coffee. I love that. Would you recommend the clove and the palmarosa, or just start with cinnamon?
I'd probably just do cinnamon.
That's what I'm thinking too. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you.
You're so welcome.
I will keep you posted for sure.
Okay. And then lavender on the body for the itchy.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
very excited about that. I love lavender. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
Question, do you put digestive calm on your lower abdomen, right? Or
Or the
can
whole abdominal cavity.
can it
Like,
be put on the hips as well? Would
Sure.
it be effective?
more effective on the abdominal cavity. Yeah.
What oil can help with nutrient absorption?
Nutrient absorption. Is there some sort of dysfunction, or like what's going on? Is there a health issue?
Give her a second. to think there. That's a try. Oh, I had gastric sleeve.
Oh, gastric sleeve.
I noticed I'm not absorbing nutrients well.
I'd probably go tarragon with that. You know, I would probably treat it with the tarragon, like a few drops in water daily. And then after maybe 30 days, like do a little reevaluation. I mean, you should start to see reduction of symptoms like soon, but I give it a little bit of time. The other thing, which I don't think we put in the notes here, but there is, yeah, I didn't put it in the notes. There is a formulation that I have. I don't even think it's on the site, but it's for detoxing the digestive tract. And if the tarragon didn't work, that's actually what I would work. It's like thyme and coriander, and I can tell you what's in it. Tarragon, coriander, thyme, rosemary, verbena, and bay laurel is the old detoxification blend that I used. I try the tarragon first, and then if that doesn't work, I'd say let's get you some of the detox formula.
There's questions up here. I just have
Sure.
to scroll up. quick. Will putting some cinnamon powder in our morning coffee help us to be more extrovert?
The cinnamon powder will help a little tiny bit, but it's not quite potent enough. Like you know, a drop of cinnamon oil is probably the equivalent of a big container. And so I mean, it will help, but it won't help massively. It will be tasty, don't get me wrong, but
So again, when we're talking, so they're asking about a amount of cinnamon in the coffee, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1 tablespoon. We're actually talking about the oil. So
yeah, the oil.
yeah. And everybody has a little different amount for the oil. Some do 1 drop, some do 2, some do 6. So I don't know, Greg, do you have a recommendation for the amount?
I usually a couple of drops. Yeah.
Which cinnamon is best?
Cinnamon leaf is the most easily tolerated. The cinnamon CO2, which is basically a fancy cinnamon bark, is much more potent and a bit more hot. So usually I have people either use cinnamon leaf or cassia.
And then there's also cinnamon supreme on the site. What is cinnamon supreme?
Cinnamon supreme is cinnamon leaf, cinnamon bark, which is the CO2, tamala, and there's this oil out of Nepal called Shugan Kokia, which is in the cinnamon family. And it's got some of that in it as well.
Would putting that in the coffee?
Yeah,
work?
yeah, it's like an extra strong form of cinnamon. Yeah. It's what cinnamon leaf, cinnamon bark, which is the CO2, cassia, tamala, which is also out that's almost like a perfume quality cinnamon. It's a bit lighter than even the cinnamon leaf, and then the Sugan Kokia.
Is actual ground cinnamon of any therapeutic use?
Yeah, somewhat, but I mean, you'd have to take big dosages of it. They do use cinnamon to reduce blood sugar, but again, it has to be a hefty dosage.
Excellent cinnamon questions right up my heart.
Yeah,
alley.
you just made Samantha's day. Yeah, the other thing with cinnamon, it's also very activating to the heart. You know, you don't think of it because it's such a physical therapeutic oil, but very, very activating to the heart chakra. Very strengthening to the heart. So, yeah. Okay, so what do you think? Do they need a break? Maybe we'll do a little break.
Oh, is cinnamon essential oil good for blood sugar as well? Like, because cinnamon regular.
Somewhat. I mean, not massively, but it can impact somewhat. Yeah. Let's maybe just give everybody a little bit of a break, and let's come back at 10 after the hour, and we'll finish any more questions, and we'll go into respiratory function. And so, yes, I'll see you at 10 after. Everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And let's jump into page 78. Advanced strategies for respiratory function. So a lot of times, you know, some of these advanced strategies, sometimes they're very specific for a condition, and sometimes they're just for like a system. And so the one that we just did for the digestive tract was more for the system. But like you could see, as we started talking about it, we started talking about things that were not specifically mentioned, like the cinnamon and the clove and things like that, the ginger, but are still good for the digestive tract. And so this is going to be very general for the respiratory tract, but it doesn't mean that it treats everything. It's just like a way to strengthen and tone everything in a way, and improve function. And then it makes it easier for specific things to be treated. A lot of times this would knock out a lot of things, but there's times where you need to be really super specific. And so, you know, I guess just take that into account. Okay, so right off the bat, we have tarragon. And, you know, you could do this a lot of different ways, but for the respiratory tract, you can use it topically, like an ointment or a lotion, but inhalation for this is probably best. And I like this for a couple of reasons for treating respiratory stuff. And you have to take into account that the respiratory tract is also impacted by emotions, and emotions will affect the, you know, it goes both ways. The lung function will affect the lower emotions will affect the respiratory tract, right? So tarragon, for one, is super soothing to the lower emotions, and then it's super soothing to the effects of stress. And another component that it does in this particular area, besides offsetting the effects of stress, is that it relaxes the diaphragm. You know, usually when we talk about relaxing the diaphragm, we talk about like using hyssop and like larch and like Sitka and even myrtle. All of these are very effective, and they're tied to some things that we do a little bit later in this protocol. So this is relaxing to the diaphragm, but more importantly, the emotions that could cause you to have like a shallow breath or cause you to have a little bit more rapid breath. Now, if you wanted to slow down a rapid breath, a lang lang works probably pretty good, is one of the better ones, and spikenard, inhaling spikenard. But this is just to calm down the emotions. And so very good for that. If you had hiccups, which is usually a spasm in the diaphragm, tarragon can be your go-to thing, be it inhaled or a drop or two internally, and in a short amount of time, it will knock out the hiccups. And if you're prone to hiccups, it will actually reduce that quite a bit. Sometimes for those of you who do energy work, you know, I know there's a lot of pranic healers here and people from Therapeutic Touch. Sometimes when you like clean the solar plexus, people will tend to burp. Sometimes it just means that there's stress in the digestive tract, and again, spasms in the diaphragm. And so this would actually help to alleviate that. Now, next is an oil that is kind of a unique oil. It is one of the best things in treating croup, which is something that happens in children usually. I mean, it can happen in an adult. Before COVID came around in 2019, the flu that was the season prior, a lot of people actually developed croup with it. And croup is like a narrowing of the throat muscles and the trachea. And so it makes it very difficult to breathe. And so one of the things tolu balsam is really good for is it helps to unwind that tension in the throat and in the trachea. You can inhale it, but a lot of times what I do is I make it into an ointment and rub it like on the upper chest and up into the lower part of the throat, and it will reduce the symptoms. It doesn't necessarily fix it or cure it, especially if there's a bacteria or a viral condition or something, but it keeps the neck loose. And so we even dabbled with this a little bit quite a while ago in treating sleep apnea. And it helped a little bit. It wasn't always effective, but it was something to put into the mix. And I like to put it here just because it just helps to loosen up all the muscles in the throat that are associated with respiration, including the trachea. And so can be used for coughs and things like that. It's just good for opening up the chest as well. You know, a lot of times the chest might have like a ton of mucus or inflammation. Tolu doesn't work the greatest for when there's inflammation present. But if there's no inflammation and it's just like a tight chest and maybe some mucus and whatever going on, you rub it on the chest and like anything that's like has a balsam, like fir balsam, Peru balsam, Tolu balsam, you know, copiaba, you know, anything like that can be very soothing on the chest, poplar balsam. But Tolu especially is very loosening to the throat muscles and the upper respiratory component. Like here you see it says also impacts mucous membranes, especially in chronic conditions, like when there's chronic mucus in the lungs and even in the sinuses, but usually it's augmented with other things, but very helpful in this whole thing. Respiratory protection kind of came about through a study by some medical aromatherapists in France. And it was kind of specific to try to protect the respiratory tract in viral conditions, but especially with COVID. And, you know, it's not a cure-all for that, but it does help strengthen the protective components of the immune system that help ward things off in the whole respiratory tract. And so, yeah, I like using this. It's probably the big thing is like it is protective to lung tissue, but it's also strengthening to the thymus, which is your body's ability to fight off viruses and bacteria and things like that. It's very toning to the bronchioles. And because of the oils that are in it, it stimulates and is supportive to lymphatic function in the body. So basically, even if there's an exposure, it helps your body like kind of fight it off and process it. And so after that, I like to go to thyme. And thyme for a lot of reasons. It will loosen up the mucus in anywhere, especially in the lungs. But you know, a lot of times mucus can get like kind of hardened and makes it harder for you to take deeper breaths. And it will decrease circulation in the mucous membranes and the lung lining. Thyme helps to loosen up the mucus. It helps significantly to increase circulation in the whole respiratory tract, especially the lungs, especially the bronchioles, which allows them to open up more. Also helps them to regenerate, very strengthening to the immune system. And you could say, in a way, thyme is considered to be like a magic bullet in the essential oil world for immune related issues. I mean, there's a few magic bullets for that, thyme being one of them. The other thing that I really like about thyme in treating respiratory issues is, you know, we talk about like an anxiety that the breath is like rapid, like short and rapid, right? That is true, but what can also happen is the opposite, is the breath becomes shallow and weak, like it's not rapid. It's just you're not getting a lot of oxygen in the blood. You're not getting a strong respiratory rate. And so then you start not getting oxygen to the brain, you know, you start feeling weak, you start feeling tired. So thyme is strengthening to the body, it's strengthening to the vitality of the person, but it also is very strengthening to the respiratory rate. The two things that work really well for this are thyme and cinnamon. They're respiratory stimulants. And when you're dealing with oils or herbs or things, stimulant means something very different than like if we were talking about like, a cup of coffee is very stimulating. It's not a stimulant like that. It stimulates the processes of the particular system, right? It makes it function better. And thyme is a very strong stimulant for the respiratory tract. And so there's times where I'll use thyme and I'll take inhalations and like, boy, it makes the body feel good. My mind feels clear and everything. And then I'll cough up a little bit of mucus that is just like old stale mucus that's, embedded in the sinuses or embedded in the lungs, somewhere like that. And it needs to come out for improvement of lung function and respiratory function. And so, let me see here, what else? Location. Yeah, I think we're good there. And then pulmonary support. Each of these can kind of stand on their own, but I like this like kind of grouping where if you ever just wanted to like go, I would like a massage, but for my respiratory tract instead of my muscles. Like you could go through and do all of these kind of relatively together. And really all of these can just be done sustained inhalation. So pulmonary stress support, it's not like stress in the body, it's stress directly in the respiratory tract. And so when a lot of times when you have a lot of mucus, or sometimes even when you're getting headaches, it's actually tension in the respiratory tract itself, the smooth muscle. Just like we use digestive calm in the digestive tract to take tension out of the digestive tract, the pulmonary stress support helps to reduce the tension in the respiratory tract itself. It helps to reduce the tension in the smooth muscle of the respiratory tract. And because of that, it also actually helps to relax and release the fascia, which is the connective tissue that makes up your whole body. And so you could even use it for, like you said, like headaches and even some neck issues or back issue, offsetting the effects of stress on the body. It's more about stress in the respiratory tract, but stress in the body throws off the breath as well. And so it's a very good tonic blend for the respiratory tract. And so there's a couple of people that when they get headaches, I have them use the pulmonary stress support, or when they get really mucousy in the nose, like especially like from allergies, because a lot of times when you get a lot of mucus in the sinuses, it can be allergies, it can be all kinds of things, but a lot of times it is a byproduct of stress. If the person is going through a lot of stress, a lot of difficulties, like a lot of deadlines, things like this, it will manifest as a stuffy nose. And so by going through and using this, it helps to reduce those symptoms actually quite substantially. And, a lot of times if there's no reason for the headache other than the headache just pops up, the pulmonary stress support can actually reduce it quite substantially. It's clearing to the mind, especially the lower mind. It soothes lower emotions, stimulates higher emotions, helps to regulate the adrenals. It helps with mental faculties. Yeah, so that stuff is just esoteric stuff. And then the bronchial blend. Bronchials is made to reduce the tension and spasm specifically in the bronchioles. And the way to check this, basically it's a way to deepen the breath, relax the diaphragm, relax the sternocleidomastoid, and there's these muscles that are real deep muscles called the scalenes. It helps to relax all of these components, as well as some of the skeletal muscle that helps to elevate the rib cage and things like this. And so where the other one takes the tension out, this potentially takes spasms out, especially out of the skeletal muscle. So you have the function of the respiratory tract with the smooth muscle, but you're also having function of the skeletal muscle, but also this specifically targets the bronchioles, which is this like little tree looking thing that's inside your lungs. And so the way to check to see how bad the spasms are in the bronchioles, there's a little breathing test you can do. And like, think of it like this. Anytime you're under stress, anytime there's pain, especially the sharper the pain, the sharper the reaction in the bronchioles, it literally will throw the bronchioles in spasm. Like mental pain, emotional pain, physical pain, stress causes the bronchioles to go into spasm, right? And so the way to check is you take a long, slow, deep breath, like through your nose, and then you hold your breath for a second, and then you go, okay, I'm going to let my breath out slower than the inhalation. So if I took 20 seconds to inhale, then I want to exhale like 25 to 30 seconds, right? So, and you want it to be nice and smooth. If the bronchioles are in spasm, you'll go inhale, you go, okay, now 30 seconds, and then you go, and then it's just done, right? Or you'll go, right? And it's because the bronchioles are in such a spasm that you can't control the exhalation. So this right there will cause an increase in body tension. It will cause an increase in tension in the spine and the spinal muscles, and it will produce anxiety. Like just this by itself will produce anxiety. And so anytime the breath is not able to go deep, it produces anxiety and magnifies lower emotions. And so with that, by going through and doing this, even from time to time, you could use this in pain management, you can use this for deepening the breath, you could use this for emotional regulation, you could use this for all kinds of things. But almost everybody needs some version of this. Now you can use hyssop, you can use larch. It has both of those in it, but here this blend also has like Ame Visnaga and Anula, like kind of fancy antispasmodic oils that are specific to the respiratory tract. And so with that, yeah, I can't really think of anything else. So let's do this. Let's just do this little test. Like you inhale very slowly, and then try to exhale even slower. Were you able to do it slow, or did it have breakup, or did it just come out really fast all at once? Now, you can also treat this without essential oils, or you can augment with the essential oils. And I've had you guys do this before, but let's just revisit this for the sake of, revisiting. And it's called pursed lip breathing. And you can use this even in the treatment of asthma, anxiety, any sort of respiratory issue where you're having a hard time catching your breath. Basically, you inhale really slow, hold your breath, and then you tighten your lips so that you only have a little small opening, and then you try to force the air out as hard as you can. And by trying to push hard on forcing the air out of your lips, you're opening up the bronchioles. So you kind of go, like you're blowing on a horn, like, and then inhale again. And then So do it 3 or 4 times. And then after you're done, just be still. And then just check your breath. Inhale and then try to exhale as slow as possible. And did that change for you? Okay. So let's go ahead and open this up for questions and fire away.
And like always, you can unmute yourself or you can type in. And I'll just kind of go from the top here with some of those questions, but always feel free to either unmute yourself or raise your hand. Is respiratory support different from respiratory protection?
Respiratory support?
Mhm.
What's respiratory?
It's something we've had.
Oh, it's yes, it is different. Respiratory support is a different formula for the prevention of like COVID and things like that.
That's right. We did it right during COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually from some very old notes from like 2005, 6. That was the first time I ever saw COVID. Not the COVID that is now, this is a mutation. But COVID, I started treating it in 2005. The COVID-19 is variant. And so it was the early treatment for that. So they're to do kind of the same thing, but they're just different formulas.
You can go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty. Hey.
Okay, hi Greg. Sorry, that was me asking that question because of the respiratory support, you have that in a 5 ml on the website, but not the respiratory protection. You only have it in the roller ball. So I was wondering if they were the same or different.
No, they are different. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we just, if we can find out what's in the pulmonary support.
Pulmonary support, sure.
Thank you.
It is larch, basil, galbanum, Almi visnaga, hemlock spruce, and Palo Santo.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. The two that it's heavy on is larch and then galbanum, and then everything else is small amounts. And it was interesting, like when I was formulating this, again, specific for the stress in the respiratory tract itself, I looked at a bunch of different spruces, and hemlock spruce was the only one that did it. Like other spruces do other things to the respiratory tract, but for the stress levels in the respiratory tract, only hemlock spruce addressed it. Yeah, kind of odd.
I tend to get lightheaded when doing pursed lipped breathing. Is that a sign of something?
No, like I think everybody does. Like when I do it, I get a little bit lightheaded too. It's just, you know, you're having to push really hard. It's just part of exertion. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't mean anything.
Have you ever heard of someone's lungs being too long as being a reason they can't exhale well?
No. I've never heard of that. I mean, not saying that it doesn't exist, but I've never heard of it. I mean, when they have a hard time exhaling, I usually always look at the bronchioles. Like when you do the pursed lip breathing, can you breathe really well with the exhalation?
They're gonna ask for a relative because the
Oh.
long lung thing is the relative.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've never heard of.
I think that was it for the.
That's it for the lung. I mean, we talk about the lungs a lot, so.
Which type of time is best for the
Um,
respiratory?
Yeah, so any form will work, but I think I even put the time citrol or benchmark time are like the premium ones on that. They're soft, they're gentle, but they're potent, but they're also a little bit pricey. Any time will work, but if you're swinging for the fences, those are the two. Yeah, but any of the times will work. Chronic. So there's advanced strategies for chronic and severe spinal issues. You know, we already kind of covered spinal issues. This is a little bit more of a chronic version, especially for like physical therapists, massage therapists, chiropractors. But let's jump to the impacted lymph nodes at the top of page 84. Okay, so
Lydia has a question.
yeah, right away, Lydia.
Greg, just a quick question on what is feet and then spinal traction, 4 to 6 cycles?
For the respiratory tract? Oh, you're talking about the spinal thing. That's for like a therapist. Like that's these maneuvers. Like I wrote this for some therapists, but I thought I'll throw it in there for you guys. But basically, I mean, I'll walk you through it. Which part were you asking about?
It's number 2.
Okay, so the where it says feet / spinal traction. So for a therapist, what you would do is like the person's laying on the table, right? And they're face up, and you go to the bottom of the feet, you know, you're standing at the bottom of the feet, and you gently elevate the legs, and you kind of lean into the body. So basically what you're doing is their upper body is not moving, and you're pressing the legs and the pelvis like upwards, and you're basically kind of compressing is not the right word, but you're kind of compressing the spine and the spinal cord, like you're pushing it together, and you let it be there for about 20 or 30 seconds, right? You're not pushing hard. You're just like kind of using body weight. And as soon as the body pushes back, you kind of stop and you just let it be there and you wait 20 or 30 seconds. And then you do the opposite where you then gently lean back and you're getting traction. So a lot of times when you're wanting to release something, like here, you're trying to release not the nuchal ligament. Oh, there's a fascial like layer around the spinal cord. I can't remember the name of it. I'm getting old. Almost had it. But basically you're releasing the fascia around the spinal cord itself. It's why like when people have herniated disc or degenerative disc, sometimes they'll get epidurals in the low back and it will take some of the pain away. Basically, it releases this component of the fascia. And so you're just trying to manually do this. So you compress it for about 20 to 30 seconds, and then you pull back for 20 or 30 seconds. And then you compress, and then you pull. And you each time it's about 20, 30 seconds. And it's not jarring, it's not pushing. You're just letting body weight like ease into it. And then as soon as you start to feel a little bit of pushback from the body, you just stop and you just sit there for a little bit. And each time you notice you go in a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper. And it's the dural tube. There you go. You're releasing the dural tube. And so, and then you pull back. And I would do like 3 or 4 cycles of it. It's an old, I want to say it's osteopathic in nature. I can't remember where I learned it. I want to say I learned it from an osteopath, but you go back and forth, and that helps take the tension out of the spine. And then after you've done that a few times, then you go around and to release the nuchal ligament, you know how like where I have you guys put the vetiver and stuff, the way to manually do it is you lift the head up and you curl the fingers up like this, like kind of even, and then you let the base of the skull relax on that. And you're not pushing or anything, you're just letting the skull relax. And then you kind of wiggle it side to side and front and back just to get more tension under the base of the skull. And then you let the weight of the head be the therapy, right? And you just keep letting it, like it takes like 30 seconds, a minute and a half. And if you want to add more tension, you don't push up, you actually kind of rest the arm on the forehead and let your arm be a little bit more of the weight. You're not ever pushing down, you're just letting the body sink into that. And then once it's sunk in, you don't slide your fingers over the skin, you stay hooked into that skin, but you move it side to side, side to side. And then eventually you pull it back towards you. Again, you're not sliding on the skin. And then you slide it down the vertebrae. But you're moving the skin, you're not moving your fingers over the skin, right? And so then there's like these little variations that you can do with the fingers to relax the base of the skull. And after that is completed, you take the hand and you slide it under, like between the shoulder blades, under the back, and you pull. Again, you're not sliding the hand over the skin, but you just start pulling up on the skin and the fascia that way. And you do that for 30 seconds to a minute, right? Then from there, you take the hand under the base of the skull, like so, like the base of the skull is now resting here. And then you gently take your hand here, and just like you did with the feet, you compress, and then you pull, and then you compress, and you pull, you compress, and you pull, 30 seconds each way. And so what you're doing again is you're stretching the dural tube. And then when you turn the person over, you do a thing where you do the same thing on the spine itself, but here you push the spine side to side. You're pushing one way and then you're pulling it back, and then you're pushing out one way, and this you're doing it from the side, pushing it there and pushing it back. And so by going through and doing this, God, I can't remember what my rate was, but it was with that, some oils and a little bit of energy work. I had like a where people had MRIs, you know, because I've specialized in spinal issues for a while. The group that had the MRIs, this wasn't just a reduction of symptoms. They would have MRIs, they would do the treatment for a little while, and then they would go back. I had like an over 85% rate of being able to put the disc back into place with just doing this maneuver with the essential oils. It was like crazy high, to the point where some local physicians, a couple surgeons and a chiropractor, hated my name because I was taking so much business away from them. You know, it was just some gentle manipulation. And so I put that in there to teach to some therapists. Yeah, I forgot to take that out. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad to show you guys when I'm in there in person, wherever I'm at. Remind me and I'll show you how to do it. It's not super hard. It's just, you just have to be really super gentle.
Thank you, great. I have never heard of it. That's why I was just asking about
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
yeah. It's super old school. Like, you know, chiropractic is which I like. Like, I like chiropractic. You know, I go from time to time. Chiropractic is what you call high velocity. And the old school osteopathic way of adjusting was we did, I say that like I'm an osteopath. I hung out with osteopaths, like was low velocity. Like, you do like those things where everything's real gentle, like there and there. And then you would put people in positions and then hold them there for a while and then take them to the opposite. And it's just a different way of doing alignment adjustments. Yeah. Yeah, that was another lifetime for me. That was a very, very long time ago. Okay, so we're at the top of page 84. And let's just talk about advanced strategies for impacted lymph nodes. So this is what I'd say about this. This could be arthritis. This could be pain syndromes. This would also fall into any sort of either during or after infectious conditions. But I'd also put cancer in this. Like, it's not the treatment for cancer, but anytime there's cancer in a particular area, it is tied to impacted lymph nodes. You know, your lymph nodes kind of shut down in the area of where the tumor growth is. And so keeping lymph nodes healthy has to do with your overall vitality and prevention of illness. And so, and health in the particular joint where they're seen. And so treating the joints, you know, where the joints bend, like the throat, down in the abdomen, like when we were running that study for allergies, you know, we were treating all forms of allergies, and we had, I want to say 102 subjects that we treated. And some were respiratory, some were skin, a lot of digestive issues. And regardless if it was respiratory or skin or whatever it was, where the allergies were manifesting, the gut was a big piece of the allergies. And within that, it was how we were talking about in the digestive function, improper nerve function in the gut, or the diaphragm was really tight, or the lymph nodes are really impacted. And sometimes what would happen the best that we could tell. Sometimes there was an injury, but a lot of times it was like a really bad, like food poisoning or flu or something, like stomach flu. And the lymph nodes got impacted and then just never cleared up. And so it's kind of like how we were talking about whiplash before, where like at first 6 months goes by and you think, oh, I'm fine, or a year goes by, I'm fine. But if there was a series of them or a really severe case, what would happen is a little bit down the line, they would start to have food sensitivities, food allergies, things like this. And so going through and treating the lymph nodes substantially changed the way the body was reacting with the environment, in essence, like the reduction of allergies. And so even the treating the skin actually reduced respiratory allergies and food sensitivities, you know, by cleaning the skin. Like, it was really bizarre to me. Like, kind of blew my mind how much the food allergies were tied to other things other than just the gut. And so here we wanted to target just specifically lymph node and lymph node function. And your number one go-to thing, even if you just walked away and said, I want to do just one thing, it's bay laurel. Bay laurel is very clearing to lymph nodes. It's preventative for the body. It's very, very antibacterial, but it's very toning to the whole body, strengthening to the whole body, especially vital centers. It's incredibly toning to the lymphatic system itself. Like, you know, talking about magic bullets, bay laurel is a magic bullet for the lymphatic system. You know, it does all these things, plus it has a lot of like esoteric and spiritual components to it, including the activation of the crown. But you can use it for all kinds of things. It helps with indigestion. It helps with sprains and strains, colds and flus. One that I haven't used it for very much was very light menstrual cycles, but I used it that way quite a while ago. But recently, like Vitex kind of changed that aspect quite substantially, and so, you know, I don't go to things like bay laurel quite like I used to, but yeah, let's see. It actually even it helps because of its impact on the lymphatic system. It literally helps to break down or slow down the degeneration of the body. Like, you know, wherever you're putting it. So like in arthritic conditions or an area where the body is compromised and it's just degenerating, bay laurel, I mean, it might not fix it, but it will definitely slow it down. And so super good for all that kind of stuff. And then lovage. Lovage is helps remove the byproduct of what the lymphatic system has picked up and get it to leave the body through kidney function. And it is one of the best detoxifiers of soft tissue, like you have the body's tissues. And so taken internally, it's a great detoxifier. Used topically anywhere, it helps detoxify inflammatory material that's floating around in the body, helps to flush it out. Think of it as like taking vitamins, like it's just like it's a way to flush out inflammatory material from the body and help the lymphatic system just pick it up and get rid of it. And so they work really well together. I still do them individually. I mean, you can do them in a blend, but I like when they function independently, they seem to work a little bit better. The lovage can be taken internally, but for detoxifying the tissue, it's better to apply it topically to the area you're wanting to hit. Arbor vitae or arbor vitae, however you want to say it. It's very stimulating to the lymph nodes themselves. The bay laurel helps to clear the lymph nodes. The arborvitae helps to stimulate their function. And so it kind of sounds like I'm saying the same thing, but they do act a little bit differently. And so I have tried in the past, like blending them together to see if I can make a more potent form of it. They work better independently. Like it's why it's in a layered approach rather than just like, oh, here's one thing that can just do it all. It's they go in, they just don't work as well. And so it stimulates proper lymph node activity wherever you put it. Like if you just put a couple drops on the wrist, it does it in general, but like if you have a lymph node that's really not functioning well, put it in that area to stimulate the lymph node function in that particular area. You know, put it in like an ointment or a lotion or a little bit of alcohol and rub it in that area. I mean, you can put arborvitae in the body directly, but don't go too crazy with it. Yeah, it's just it can. I've had a couple people say that it irritated their skin just a little tiny bit, and so that's why I just say be careful. And then going back to the pulmonary stress support, it helps to open up the fascia. And anytime lymph nodes are really super impacted, the fascia tends to get constricted and you could say kind of congested. You've hit it with the lovage, like body tonic or something, where you've detoxified that area, but sometimes because of the toxicity, that tissue will, the fascia will tighten up, and the pulmonary stress support helps to unwind that and helps deepen the breath to help stimulate the movement of lymph through the body, which also helps to stimulate lymph node activity. And so, yeah, this is a great, like, kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 punch for jump starting the lymph nodes. And you can use this in chronic health issues. You can use this in cancer. You can use this in arthritic conditions. Areas where the body's been injured. If you have a chronic issue like a bad back or something, you can do little variations of this. You can do combinations of this for the abdomen, the abdominal cavity. Anywhere where you tend to have like chronic issues, it's nice to just tune up the lymphatic system from time to time. And here you're not even doing the lymphatic system, but the lymph nodes themselves. And so if you're prone to swollen lymph nodes or prone to getting sick or have lots of inflammation in the body, the lymph nodes are probably impacted. You know, the impacted lymph nodes might not have caused the condition, but the condition caused the lymph nodes to be impacted. So at some point, it affects your ability to fight off viruses, bacteria, inflammation, even fungal infections, things like this. And here's the other thing is when somebody has been exposed to a severe trauma, we saw this a lot, like when treating some individuals from situations where there was the shootings and bombings, you know, like where like several of them were from the Boston Marathon, you know, the bomb that went off in the Boston Marathon. But some of the other situations where there were shootings is, you know, there's the trauma of the event, but at some point they start having like poor immune responses. And if you really looked at it, part of going through that whole trauma was that their lymph nodes shut down somewhat. And so, you know, if we could get past the treatment of the trauma, a lot of times what I do is I'd start trying to stimulate the immune system and stimulating lymph node function. And those people became vital again. The ones where we didn't get to that point, they always seem to be like after that, like really prone to getting sick. Like, you know, like most people might get sick like maybe once a year. They would get sick like 4 or 5 times a year. Like and like, you know, the cold and flu season, they would just almost constantly be sick. and then they'd be okay for a little bit, and then they'd hit cold and flu season and be sick. And if there was something going around in summertime, they would get it in summertime. They would just constantly be sick. And so if a person's prone to getting sick often, clean out the lymph nodes. Yeah. So I know we're running a little bit over, but let's go ahead and open it up to questions and see if there's anything that you guys want to ask about this. Letty had been asking me about this whole bunch, so I kind of put this in there just for Letty.
All right, I'm gonna just go down the list here. Page 81, monk's anointing oil is not on the site.
I put that in. What's that for? Yeah, it's going to be in a class that's upcoming. It's a variation of an anointing oil. We can put it on the site, but it's going to be in a kit here coming up. Like the coming up class weekend. It's not in that one, but it's in the next version of that class. Like, or the next in the series of that, the one that's in October. Yeah, but we can pop that up if you want.
What is Theralotion?
Theralotion is a particular kind of lotion that I make that is a super strong, like it has a lot of essential oil in it, but it doesn't separate. And so you're able to rub it on, but it's not just like, the reason why I called it like a Theralotion is it's kind of like the therapeutic soaps where, it's like a high dosage of essential oils, like in a soap form. It's not like a normal lotion that you use to moisturize the skin. It's a lotion that you put on an area where it absorbs, but it's a high dosage of essential oils. So it's basically a lotion with just super strong amounts of essential oil in it. As strong, if not stronger than an ointment.
What oils are good for skin cancer?
Yeah, I mean, there I would say definitely have the doctor check that out, because that's not something you want to mess with. But if you want to put an oil on something, the one that I've gotten the best results with has been orange oil. And it's very irritating to the skin. So put it on a Q-tip and then swab it on the area. Yeah, daily or even twice a day. Yeah. But, still see the doctor and everything, because that can turn into something worse.
Okay. There's one more question. It's off topic.
Okay.
How to improve memory and assimilation of new material. Let's say soon after the class ends, I forget the class's nuggets and information, plus more. Any ways to improve all memory, please?
Yeah, in general, like the use of rosemary inhaled on a daily basis in the morning has been studied and tested, and it does improve memory. Like I would say at least 15 inhalations with rosemary or rosemary verbena, but I would bump it up to 30 to 40 inhalations. Do it like every morning. You could also do some basil internally as a cerebral stimulant, a mental stimulant, and I would do that daily. Yeah, but the combination should help. If you feel that there's some brain fatigue, add some sage into the mix, like several drops on the wrist, and also inhale the sage, and that should help. But a lot of times it's just increasing and improving circulation to the brain.
And then someone asked about Vitex internally. Another responded from what you said a couple weeks ago with apply to the temples and inhale daily. In 30 days, you'll see the impact. But I just wanted you to address the.
Yeah, you can take it internal. It's one of those times where you can take it internal, but it doesn't really improve efficacy. So I mean, if you just put like a drop or two on the 2 fingers and do that, and then rub it into the temples, you got it. Inhaling it's good. You can inhale it a little bit, but get it into the skin. But if you don't want to smell like Vitex, it's not a super strong smell, but it is a little bit of an odd smell. Not strong, but it's not bad. It's just like interesting. Take a couple drops and turn it. Excuse me, a couple drops and turn it.
And thank you guys for a great class. And if there was anything that Greg mentioned that you don't see on the site or you want specially made, we do have that product now on the website where you can order specialty made products. And so I just want to make sure you guys knew that for yourselves.
Yeah, if you guys want something in a TheraLotion or an ointment or a body tonic, anything like that, and it's not on there, just let us know and I'll make it for you. It's easy to do.